Chapter 29:37. This scene made King Redwing go crazy. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. If he really pulled it out, he would probably be seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover. Therefore, he attacked crazily. Two sharp claws with mysterious runes bombarded fiercely. Boom! 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 Lin Xian's body was badly mutilated, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that this attack had left him traumatized. However, Lin Xian's eyes glowed even brighter. Shatter! With a furious roar, he forcibly plucked the two pairs of wings out of his body. Ah! King Redwing fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a deafening sound. Skyfire City was very sturdy. Although it was a battle between top prodigies, it did not shatter. Below, all the bones in King Redwing's body were shattered. It was too tragic. Everyone's scalp went numb. Murong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed. Lin Xian's brother. They were worried about Lin Xian. Blood flowed on Lin Xian's body. Although it was shining, there were countless cracks on it. It seemed that it would shatter at any time. Lin Xian was still extraordinary. He stood there, surrounded by divine fire, and used the longevity art to quickly heal his injuries. At the same time, he swallowed treasures in big mouthfuls. In his hand he held two flaming wings, which were hanging down mercilessly. King Redwing's back was a mess of flesh and blood. There were two bloody holes there, and blood flowed wildly. It was difficult to heal in a short time. The reason for that was because that strike had injured his source energy. Invincible King? That's all you got. You think you can look down on me with such strength? Lin Xian's voice was cold as he strode forward. Following his footsteps, the cracks on his body quickly healed. Swords circled around him. Bang! He waved his palm, and the broken wings in his hand slashed forward. With a clang, it slashed King Redwing's body, sending him flying. King Redwing flew backward, and a few more cracks appeared on his body. Damn it! He roared crazily. At this moment, he was extremely sullen. He actually brought it, and he was seriously injured. He was defeated by his opponent. This was unbearable. He wanted to fight back. However, his two divine wings had been pulled out, causing him to receive damage to his origin. For the time being, he was unable to recover. Although he had consumed the primordial divine medicine, he could only recover about half of his strength. This little bit of strength was simply unable to contend against the other party. Lin Xian waved his hand again and sent his opponent flying. At the same time, he descended from the sky and stomped on the other party's head. With a loud bang, the other party's head was stomped out of shape. Ah! King Red Feather raised his head and roared madly. A terrifying power burst out once again. This time he burned his bloodline power. Lin Xian also received heavy injuries. His soles were cracked and countless cracks appeared on his body. His 9-yang divine body almost collapsed again. However, he did not back down at all. Even though the soles of his feet were cracked, he still stomped down. Puff! Puff! King Redwing's head was completely deformed, and countless cracks appeared on his body. At this moment, both of them were seriously injured. However, one was standing there like a god of war, while the other was being trampled underfoot, suffering all kinds of humiliation. No! Damn it! Let go of our king! The primordial beasts of the Redwing race screamed crazily. They could not accept this scene. Kill him! He is seriously injured. Let's join forces and break his 9-yang divine body. These primordial beasts roared crazily. These people also made their move. They also transformed into their true forms. Primordial divine birds danced in the sky. They charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian shattered. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his arm. The sword qi in his hand turned into hundreds of fire dragons and sent the primordial beasts flying. Looking at this scene, everyone's eyes widened, and their expressions were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's body was now covered with countless cracks, and his body was dyed red with blood. However, his combat strength was still so strong. He sent so many primordial beasts flying with a single strike, especially the primordial geniuses. They looked at Lin Xian, and their souls trembled. This was because they felt that the other party was like a god of war. Damn it! How could this kid be so strong? Many people's faces were gloomy. On the ground, the Red Lunar King, who was being stepped on, was trembling. How could he not die? He was about to go crazy. He suspected that Lin Xian was not human at all. He was a demon, a monstrous demon that could not be defeated. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and snorted coldly. He directly took out endless treasures from the black earth. Among them was an 8,000-year-old king medicine. He directly swallowed it. When they saw this king medicine, the surrounding people were amazed, and their eyes burned with passion. The Red Lunar King's pupils constricted, and his heart gradually sank. King Medicine was an extremely precious existence. Although he was a young, invincible genius, he did not have such a thing. This was used to extend one's lifespan. It was only available to those elders whose lifespans were about to dry up. However, the other party actually had such a king medicine. Moreover, he took it out and swallowed it to heal his injuries. Many people's mouths twitched. What a waste! If this king medicine was outside, those living fossils would fight over it. Buzz! Buzz! When Lin Xian had fused with his greater success divine body, he had swept through all 4 directions, intimidating many of the 10,000 ancient races. At that time, the 10,000 ancient races had handed over a large number of treasures to protect their safety, including several king medicines. Now Lin Xian took it out and consumed it. When he swallowed the king medicine, he felt a powerful force explode in his body, quickly healing his body. The cracks on his 9-yang divine body were quickly healing. His body healed. This was impossible. Damn it, how did he do it? Even if the king medicine's effects were strong, it was impossible to heal so quickly. This was simply a legend. At this moment, the geniuses of the Scorpio race, the Stone race, and the human race, Yi Wu Dao, Dustless, and the others were all shocked. Was this the power of the 9-yang divine body? Yi Wu Dao's eyes shone. At the side, Dustless frowned. That shouldn't be. He seemed to have an extremely powerful recovery technique. Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As for the other geniuses, their faces were terrifyingly dark. The other party was simply unkillable. If this continued, who would be his match? Any last words? Leave them. Lin Xian stared at King Redwing and said coldly, "What? You want to kill me?" King Redwing's body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Then it turned into rage. "Damn it, you dare to kill me! Do you know who I am? Do you know what the consequences of killing me are?" Indeed, he wasn't even 500 years old, but his cultivation had reached the level of an invincible king. He was definitely one of the top geniuses of the Redwing race. Such a person was no weaker than the descendants of the previous generations. If he died, the Redwing race would definitely go crazy and kill Lin Xian. Chapter 2938. Lin Xian shook his head. "Such threats are useless against me. Since you dare to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Since you have no last words, I'll send you on your way." Lin Fan raised his palm slowly. Wisps of 9 suns' divine fire turned into terrifying sword chi and swept across the sky. No, Lord Redwing roared crazily, but this time his body was crushed by the golden foot and blood gushed out. He could not resist at all. Those Redwing tribe members were also sent flying by Lin Xian's sword and landed heavily on the ground. They could only watch helplessly. "A damn brat! Let go of our king. If you dare to kill him, our Redwing tribe will hunt you down no matter where you run to." They roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's palm was still descending slowly. There was no sign of stopping. "Not good. Quick! Stop that brat. Don't let him kill Lord Redwing. In the distance, the top prodigies of the Scorpio tribe and the Sure tribe looked at each other and quickly made their moves. Buzz! The lady from the Scorpio tribe swung her tail and drew a silver ribbon. It pierced through the void and brought with it runes that filled the sky. On the other side, the void trembled. Terrifying yellow runes flashed, and a giant stone hand fell from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, the two top prodigies from the Archean era attacked mercilessly. Not good. Seeing this, the martial artist's eyelids twitched. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His body swayed and disappeared from the spot. With a loud boom, the void exploded. Scarlet Feather King roared and escaped. Thank you for your help. I can't thank you enough. If you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Lord Redwing looked at the top prodigies of the Scorpio tribe and the Sure tribe with gratitude. If it weren't for the two of them, he probably would have been killed by that attack just now. On the other side, Lin Xian dodged the attacks of the two prodigies and appeared in the void. His face was extremely gloomy. You two want to fight too? Stop. You've already won this battle. There's no need to kill. The prodigy of the Scorpio race said. The geniuses of the Stone tribe also nodded. They would protect this person. You guys protected him? Lin Xian's face turned extremely cold. So you want to be my enemy? Kid, enough is enough. Although you are very strong, you are not a match for the two of us. With the two of us working together, it's easy to kill you. So you'd better think it through. The words of the Stone tribe's genius were laced with a thick threat. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. If I want to kill someone, not even the Heavenly Emperor can stop me. Therefore, he must die today. Lin Xian raised a hand and pointed at the Scarlet Moon Monarch. Red Feather King's body trembled, his eyes filled with anger. Damned brat! The fact that the other party still wanted to kill him made him furious. The Sky Prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe also darkened their expressions. They had already made it clear that they would protect King Red Feather. However, the other party actually wanted to kill him. What was the meaning of this? Were they looking down on him? I want to see how you are going to kill me. King Red Feather sneered. Although he was seriously injured and was not a match for the other party, he was definitely safe with the protection of the Sky Prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe. As expected, runes bloomed on the bodies of the Sky Prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe. They would not allow the other party to kill King Red Feather. Lin Xian did not move. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The golden runes quickly intertwined, forming a mysterious pattern that flew forward. The moment the pattern appeared, it brought with it an extremely strong aura. Everyone's expression changed. The pupils of the Sky Prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe shrank. Damn it, what kind of attack is this? They were about to go crazy because, when they were stared at by the eyes, even their souls began to tremble. Not good. King Red Feather's eyelids twitched wildly. When the eyes swept past him, the cracks on his body became even more severe. What kind of gaze was this? What was the other party using? He did not have time to find out. The runes in the sky flew out. Damn it! Block it for me! The Sky Prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe roared. The two of them joined forces and launched a shocking attack. They turned into two divine rainbows and rushed forward, wanting to block the mysterious golden runes. Not good. Everyone retreat quickly. Don't be hit by this energy. The surrounding primordial creatures and human Sky Prides roared crazily. They knew that the shocking attack of the three of them would definitely be extremely terrifying. They quickly retreated to the back, but soon they were stunned. That was because they realized that there was no terrifying explosion of energy as they had imagined. The golden runes were like a divine sword that directly broke the attacks of the two Sky Prides. They charged forward. With a puff, the powerful defense of the two Sky Prides was pierced through. Moreover, it pierced through King Red Moon's head. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered. A bloody hole appeared in King Red Feather's head. His eyes were wide open. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but his soul was also pierced through. Impossible! King Red Feather spat out 3 words with difficulty before falling to the ground. He was no longer breathing. Dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Sky Prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe were stunned. Their bodies were cold, and their scalps were about to explode. What was that attack just now? How could he so easily break through the powerful attacks of the 2 of them? It killed King Red Feather. If this attack was used on them, would they be able to block it? They did not know. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with a face full of fear. The others were trembling. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden runes as he frowned slightly. The attack just now was one of the 3 runes he had obtained from the Black Passage. Previously, he had used his heavenly secret divine eyes to copy the 3 runes. When he used them, their power was truly terrifying. However, this attack had consumed 1/3 of his soul power. He felt a little dizzy. Therefore, he would not use this unless he had no other choice. After swallowing 2 pills, he looked at the Sky Prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe again. Do you 2 still want to fight? The Sky Prides of the Scorpio tribe were stunned, while the Sky Prides of the Stone tribe snorted coldly. Their faces were extremely ugly. How could they fight? Lin Xian had already killed King Red Feather and used such a powerful trump card. They were not fools. If they fought, they would either be killed or seriously injured. Why bother? They did not have a strong conflict with Lin Xian yet. Therefore, the 2 of them did not say anything. They turned to look at the fiery pagoda and tried to break through it with all their might. The primordial creatures of the Red Feather tribe screamed crazily. They held King Redwing's body and cried, but they were all slapped away by the dark red dragon's claw. Get lost. This thing was Benhuang's. It was Benhuang's lunch today. Chapter 2939. The Crimson Divine Dragon kept King Redwing's corpse. The other 10,000 ancient races and human race geniuses were terrified. Lin Xian was too strong. He had killed King Redwing. King Redwing was a young, invincible king. How strong was he? His Archean power was definitely above 40,000. However, he was killed so easily. Even the geniuses of the Stone tribe and Scorpio tribe didn't dare to fight him. This kid was too terrifying. Perhaps only the 3 Archean theocrats could subdue him. Yi Wu Dao dustless, and the others looked solemn. What were those runes? Why did they feel like they were the runes in the Black Passage? Impossible. Even we can't copy them. How can he copy them? They were extremely puzzled. However, if Lin Xian didn't say anything, they wouldn't understand. After killing King Redwing, Lin Xian looked up at the flame pagoda. At this moment, the geniuses of the Stone tribe and Scorpio tribe looked solemn. They held the flame pagoda and communicated with their souls. Damn it. Can you see what this kid is using? I don't know. It's very similar to the runes in the Black Passage. Does he have a way to copy them? This kid is too strange. We can't provoke him. Don't worry. He killed King Redwing. The Redwing tribe won't let them off. We don't have to do anything. Someone will kill him. Let's break the pagoda and find the Archean theocrats. While the geniuses were preparing to break the flame pagoda in another region, in front of a mysterious palace, a group of powerful Archean creatures stood there. They were the 3 theocrats of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The first 3 were the Fire Dragon King, the 7th and the 9th generations. Among them, the 9th Lord of the Divine Emperorage had a pair of phoenix eyes that were filled with anger. Her beautiful face was also covered with ice. Damn you, Huomuzhen. Tell us how to break the formation and enter the palace. She looked at the handsome young man from the Fire Qilin cave and gritted her teeth. They were one step ahead of the others and reached the 4th region. At this moment, They wanted to break the formation and enter the palace. This palace was even more majestic than the flame shrine in the second region. However, it was also more dangerous. Previously, they had used their powerful strength to break through the first 3 regions. But now he couldn't. If they tried to break it by force, they would probably be seriously injured. It was very likely that he would be killed. Therefore, they could only slowly crack the formation. In this way, time was delayed. More importantly, the Divine Emperor Ridge had used several powerful array masters to crack the array. However, there was no effect at all. Even the people from Huanlong's lair were frowning. However, the people from the Fire Qilin Cave had an expression of watching a show. This was especially true for Huamuzhen, who was addressed as the 7th master. His words carried a hint of mockery. This made the 9th generation Lord of the Divine Phoenix Ridge so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Feng Yinxue, you can't crack it yourself. Could it be that you want to vent your anger on me? Huamuzhen sneered. Damned fellow, do you think you have a way? Don't think I don't know. Feng Yinxue was so angry that her face turned deathly pale. This was because she had been following these people from the Fire Qilin Cave all along the way, which was why her speed was so fast. The other party definitely understood Heavenly Flame City. Therefore, at this moment, she also believed that the other party definitely had a way to break the formation. However, the other party didn't want to say it. Don't try to shake us off. Your Fire Qilin Cave can enter on your own. Let me tell you, no way. Right, Fire Dragon King? Feng Yinxue glanced at the Fire Dragon King. It seemed that she wanted to join forces with the nest of 10,000 dragons to pressure the Fire Qilin Cave. Sure enough, the Fire Dragon King also said indifferently, Brother Muzhen, if you have a way, just say it. Our 3 great imperial families should be of the same breath and branch, advancing and retreating together. Of the same breath and branch, advancing and retreating together? The experts from the Fire Qilin Cave rolled their eyes. They didn't believe such nonsense. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Huamuzhen said with a smile, Actually, I do know a little about this method of breaking the formation. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King frowned. Feng Yinxue, who was at the side, gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn it, I told you, you know it. You know it, yet you don't crack it? You made me waste so much effort for nothing. What are your intentions? Facing Feng Yinxue's strong questioning, Huamuzhen wasn't afraid at all. Although he had a delicate face and looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, his eyes were incomparably old. The stars inside were extinguished. He said in a deep voice, We can break it, but our Fire Qilin Cave won't provide the method for free. Looking at the majesty of this hall and the strength of the formation, this should be an extremely important place. Then, the things inside are naturally very precious. I really want to know, after we break in, how should we distribute the things inside? Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King narrowed his eyes. So, this was the other party's idea. No wonder the other party hadn't made a move. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Feng Yinxue naturally knew this. Her face was cold. How do you want to distribute it? It was very simple. Huamuzhen's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light, and the shadow of a Fire Qilin surrounded him. He said, I can provide the method to break it and bring you in. However, after entering, our Fire Qilin Cave wants half of the treasures inside. We don't care about the rest. You 2 can divide it. What, half of it? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor scale all changed. The Fire Dragon King frowned, and Feng Yinxue sneered. Half of it? Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Does your Fire Qilin Cave really think you're the best in the world? At this point, a Fire Phoenix shadow also rose from his body, emitting a resplendent aura that stirred up the winds and clouds in all directions. The Fire Dragon King didn't say anything. However, the pressure on his body also became terrifying. Countless large cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Behind them, the geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor were the same. All of them had unfriendly expressions as they stared at the fire-chilling cave. The other party was really too despicable. They were all ancient royal families, and no one was stronger than the other. However, the other party opened his mouth and asked for half of the treasures. What did this mean? Was he looking down on them? Brother Mujin, isn't your request a little too much? The Fire Dragon King's voice was cold. Too much? I don't think so. If you think this distribution method is unreasonable, fine, we won't cooperate. The two of you, think of a way to go in yourselves. Huamujin was looking at the sky with his hands behind his back. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Before the Fire Dragon King could speak, Feng Yinxue stood up. The phoenix shadow on her body became even more solid. Terrifying flames overflowed into the sky, carrying mysterious runes as they flew toward Huamujin. Huamujin also sneered. Feng Yinxue, do you really think I'm afraid of you? In terms of bloodline, you're far inferior to me. There was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Chapter 2940. Indeed, he was the 7th generation lord, and the other party was the 9th generation lord. In his opinion, the other party was courting death for daring to fight him. Roar! On Huamujin's body, flames surged into the sky, dazzling and resplendent. Around him, the phantom of a fire Qilin appeared, letting out a ferocious roar. A ferocious aura surged out, confronting the flaming phoenixes that filled the sky. Seeing this scene, the people of the 3 archaic royal families were extremely nervous. The expressions of those elites changed, and they frantically retreated. They had no choice. These two were too terrifying. One was the 9th generation lord, and the other was the 7th generation lord. Both of them were extremely terrifying elites. Probably no one present was a match for them except for the Fire Dragon King. Now that they were fighting, just the shock waves from the energy waves were too much for them to bear. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King did not retreat, but he also did not make a move. The phantom of a fire dragon circled around his body, and his powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. It seemed that he was thinking about how to not fall out with them, and how to get the people of the Fire Qilin Cave to help. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire space was very tense, and a battle could erupt at any time. In the 3rd region, Lin Xian and the others raised their heads and looked at the burning flame pagoda in front of them. Kid, be careful. The flames on the pagoda are very powerful, and it seems that the higher you go, the more terrifying it is. The Crimson Dragon reminded from the side. Lin Xian nodded. As expected, he also realized that the flames on the pagoda were even more terrifying than the flames in the 2nd region. It should be able to refine his 9-yang divine body again. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. Great! Now that he was already at the 3rd level of the 9-yang divine body, he must cultivate to the 4th level of the 9-yang divine body in Skyfar City. Because if he reached the 4th level, his body would undergo another earth-shattering change. At that time, there would not be many invincible kings who could break his body. However, he also knew that it would be more and more dangerous. He might not be able to protect all the immortal palaces. Therefore, at the next moment, Lin Xian turned his head and said to Peacock, Hui Dao, Ghostly, and the other immortal palaces' martial artists behind him, "Next, you must be more careful. I may not be by your side all the time. Firstly, do what you can and don't take too many risks." Furthermore, he had to be careful of the other 10,000 ancient races. "Don't worry, Palace Master, we will be careful." Peacock and the rest nodded, their expressions solemn. He wasn't the only one. Murong Qingqing, Shun Jingqiu, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others all gave similar orders to the disciples of their clans. From the looks of it, these top geniuses were going to act alone. Let's go. Sure enough, the Sky Prides of the Scorpio race, the Stone race, and the other Archean prodigies all shouted coldly. He quickly rushed into the flaming pagoda. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian The Crimson Dragon, Morongqingqing, and Shen Jingqiu also rushed forward. Soon, they entered the fiery pagoda. After entering the first level, they were surrounded by an endless sea of fire, which surged toward them from all directions. Every inch of space was filled with the power of flames. It was extremely terrifying. What a terrifying flame energy! Damn it, get lost! Furious roars sounded out as many people unleashed their king's domains to resist. Some of the weaker ones were instantly burned to ashes. Some were even blasted away by the shockwave. Terrifying scenes were taking place one after another, scaring the martial artists who wanted to get close and forcing them to retreat. It was too terrifying. Without super strength, it was impossible to enter. Moreover, this was only the first level. This fiery pagoda had a total of 7 levels. Only the heavens knew how terrifying the cities above were. Lin Xian activated his 9-yang divine body, and light bloomed to resist the surrounding flames. Morongqingqing and Shen Jingqiu also activated their king's domains, and runes circled around them. They couldn't resist the power of the flames with just their physique, like Lin Xian. There probably weren't many people like Lin Xian. Lin Xian was one, Yi Wu Dao was another, and the Crimson Dragon and Dustless were the others. The last one was the Sky Pride of the Stone Race. These were all top geniuses with super strong physiques. The others used their own methods to resist. Lin Xian sensed for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Qingcheng, Qiao, you two be careful. Don't worry, Brother Lin Xian, I can do it. Brother Xian, you don't have to worry about me, the two of them said. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although the flames on the first level were strong, he wasn't satisfied. He decided to go to the second level. Lin Xian strode towards the second level. This scene caused the hearts of the geniuses from the supreme ancient immortal realms to tremble. This kid is too scary. Yeah, we're almost at our limits, but he's fine. Ha ha ha. Ben Huang went too. The Crimson Dragon's body was also extremely strong. His dragon blood surged as he rushed out. On the other side, Yi Wu Dao, Dustless, the Sky Prides of the Stone Race, Silver Race, and some other powerful archaic creatures all headed towards the second level. The other humans and archaic Sky Prides gritted their teeth, unwilling to give up. They also tried their best to advance. Everyone wanted to climb higher. The flames on the second level were even more terrifying. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Interesting. He turned around and saw that Yi Wu Dao and the others had also reached the second level. A few of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were instantly blasted apart, and they fell to the first level. Lin Xian glanced and saw that there were many archaic creatures and even human Sky Prides. Shaking his head, he ignored them. The second level wasn't enough. Lin Xian sensed for a moment and decided to go to the third level. Damn! Many of the archaic Sky Prides were cursing. This guy was too sick. They couldn't keep up. The Sky Prides of the Stone Race and the Scorpio Race shouted coldly. Ignore them and experience it yourself. Damn it! These people suppressed the anger and jealousy in their hearts for the time being and watched Lin Xian walk forward. Beside him, Yi Wu Dao's figure flashed as he headed towards the third level. He had a saint body and was extremely strong. Therefore, the flames on the second level naturally couldn't satisfy him. A few other archaic Sky Prides left at the same time, including Dustless of the Western Desert. When he reached the third level, Lin Xian stopped temporarily. He began to guide the flames around him to temper his 9-yang divine body. Yi Wu Dao and the others did the same. Everyone settled down on the third level for the time being. The atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. However, the silence only lasted for an incense stick's worth of time before a violent tremor spread out. The entire flame pagoda seemed to be on the verge of cracking. The surrounding sea of flames continued to spread, shattering the void. Many people screamed again. Damn it, what happened? Chapter 2941. The power of the flames here had actually increased. Lin Xian also suddenly opened his eyes. With a cold shout, his body bloomed with light and quickly absorbed the flames. At the same time, he frowned. What happened? It came from above. Yi Wudao raised his head and looked up. Could it be that someone had gone up? Some of the other primordial geniuses were also shocked. The Scorpio race's genius said, "We are not the first group. The 3 ancient royal families have already gone there. In addition, there are some terrifying geniuses who went there earlier than us. Most of them acted alone." Indeed, hearing this, everyone was surprised. It seemed that someone must have gone to a higher level. But who? Why would it cause such a vibration? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Golden light flickered in his eyes as if it could pierce through everything. He seemed to see a few blurry figures above. At the same time, there was a sea of fire that filled the sky. Those flames had turned purple, different from the red flames here. Obviously, it was a more terrifying flame. Among those flames, there was a purple bead that was constantly hovering. The aura of the flames was even more terrifying, bringing with it a monstrous destruction. It even made him tremble slightly. What was that purple bead? So terrifying. It could actually make his 9-yang divine body tremble. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be the legendary heavenly fire? Through the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw that the purple bead was wrapped in endless purple flames. It was much more intense than the surrounding flames, almost purple to the point of turning black. He did not know if it was the legendary heavenly fire. However, he felt the excitement in his body. That's right, it was the cheers of the 9-yang divine body. This kind of flame was definitely of great help to the improvement of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian did not doubt this point. Obtaining it could greatly improve the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a fiery light. This is? On the other side, Wu Qin raised his head with a look of surprise. To be honest, this Wu Qin was very similar to the 7th generation lord. They were both 15 or 16 years old, but their eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and endless secrets. Rumor had it that this Wu Qin was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, so he must have many secret techniques in his hands. Sure enough, at this moment, it was unknown what kind of divine ability he used, but symbols erupted from his eyes. He was extremely shocked. From the looks of it, he seemed to have noticed the purple flame, pearl above as well. Fire Spirit Pearl. He didn't expect to find a Fire Spirit Pearl here. Dustless was shocked. What? There's a treasure above? The other human and Archean sky prides were shocked to hear this. Where is it? The 4th floor or the 5th floor? They didn't know. Someone's expression became serious. It couldn't be the 7th level, right? Let's go and take a look. These people's eyes were burning with passion. Lin Xian also stood up. As long as he could obtain the purple Fire Spirit Pearl, it would definitely be 100 times better than cultivating here. Therefore, he had to speed up. Of course, not everyone wanted the Fire Spirit Pearl. For example, the wavering light Saint Sun stopped when he reached the 4th level. He seemed to have found something and sat down cross-legged. Meanwhile, Leaf Dowdenier was stuck in the 5th level. Apart from them, everyone else wanted to ascend to the 6th or even the 7th floor. The flames on the 6th floor instantly turned purple. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they felt despair. As soon as they took half a step, their bodies cracked. Some of them even had half of their bodies burned to ashes. Don't be rash. The purple flames are terrifying. Someone reminded them. Everyone stopped. It seemed that the Fire Spirit Pearl should be in the purple sea of flames. Was it on the 6th or 7th floor? Someone used a powerful ability and directly streaked across the void to look ahead. The 6th and 7th floors seemed to be open and connected. In other words, from here on out it was the 6th floor. The depths of the purple sea of flames was the 7th floor. Someone else is coming? But you bunch of trash, hurry up and go back. just as everyone was discussing how to enter the Sea of Flames and obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl. Suddenly, a disdainful sneer came from the Sea of Flames. What? Someone's here. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect someone to be able to enter the purple flames. Who was it? Was it a prodigy of the Fire Chelan Cave? Or was it a prodigy of the other two Archean theocrats? They didn't know. They saw a figure walking over in front of them. What? A human! These Archean creatures were stunned. Not to mention them, Lin Xian and the others were also stunned, because it was indeed a person. It was a man bathed in purple flames. This person was handsome and had a terrifying aura. His eyes turned into a monstrous sea of flames that seemed to be merging with the surrounding purple flames. It was him, the Five Elements Palace's saint from 2 generations ago, Feng Yuntian. He was very strong and should have reached the level of an invincible king. He was actually a top prodigy of the Five Elements Palace. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian was also surprised. He was no stranger to the Five Elements Palace. He had even killed the Five Elements Palace's saint. Up until now, the Five Elements Palace had already changed several saints. However, the more the saints changed, the weaker they became. He didn't expect the Five Elements Palace to have such an outstanding prodigy. However, when he heard that he was from 2 generations ago, he understood. Although the other party was also from the younger generation, it was obvious that he was not from the same generation as them. He should have lived for almost 500 years. However, this was not important. What was important was that, at this moment, the other party's gaze was like 2 flaming sabers that were looking at everyone. Feeling this gaze, many people's hearts trembled. Even the Archean creatures were the same. Lin Xian frowned because he realized that the other party's gaze stopped on him for 2 seconds. However, it quickly moved away. Get lost. A bunch of ants. This is not a place where you can come so easily. For the sake of your lives, you'd better hurry up and leave. Feng Yuntian waved his hand impatiently. Then he turned around and strode forward. Following his footsteps, the surrounding flames actually dispersed on their own. Damn it! How dare you look down on us? The Archean creatures roared angrily. The Stone Tribe's prodigy's expression was cold. He took a step forward and directly shattered the void. His entire body was bathed in a sea of purple flames. Endless stone runes flickered on his body, blocking the purple flames. The Scorpio tribe's prodigy laughed, but did not make a move. Instead, she looked around with her beautiful eyes. Buzz, she did not make a move, but a woman in a black dress walked up. This woman opened her mouth and spat out a jade gourd. The gourd opened and poured out a merciless black water that enveloped her. Underworld river water. Damn it, she actually has such a thing. She's from the Black Tiger tribe, right? Many people stepped back one after another. Chapter 2942. A drop of the Nether River and 1,000,000 skeletons. The Nether River was formed from countless corpses and had an extremely sinister aura. It could be said that it could only be formed in the primordial battlefield. Who would have thought that the Black Tiger race would have so much Nether River? The moment the extremely cold black water appeared, it enveloped the black-dressed woman and blocked the surrounding purple flames. The black-dressed woman chuckled and quickly walked forward. Someone else made a move. That person walked out with a half-saint artifact. The half-saint artifact turned into a green storm and enveloped his body. He should be a prodigy of the Nether Ghost race. Many people displayed their powerful techniques. On the side of the human race, a few people also walked out. The Saint of Dian spat out a fire-repelling pearl. Wherever it passed, the purple flames would give way. It seemed that many people were eyeing the fire spirit pearl. A 1-pound crimson dragon whispered, "Kid, what are you going to do?" Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Of course he would make a move. I must get this thing. It's very important to me. However, there was no hurry. Let's wait and see. It was a good opportunity to use these people to gauge the strength of the people inside. At the same time, he could see how powerful the purple flames were. Previously, Lin Xian had used his heavenly secret divine eyes to see that there were at least 3 figures around the fire spirit pearl. Now that Fang Yuntian had appeared, there should be 2 more who had not come out from the depths of the purple sea. He wondered who those 2 people were. Those people unleashed their various abilities and rapidly proceeded forward. Soon, they were surrounded by an endless sea of purple flames. However, their expressions gradually changed. That was because the purple flames in front of them had suddenly become violent. Balls of flames appeared in the depths of the sea of flames, turning into flaming beasts that roared. Buzz! Many people looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies were charred black and some even cracked. Damn it! Even the terrifying geniuses were roaring furiously. Among them, the nether river water on the black tiger race woman's body was also emitting white smoke. It looked like it was about to evaporate. The black-dressed woman did not dare to move forward. On the other side, the prodigy with the half-saint artifact on his head also stopped. That was because his accompanying sacred artifact had received a fierce impact. Although there was no immediate danger to his life, the collision of energy still caused his blood to churn. There was even one person whose magical treasure was torn apart. He was rammed into by a flaming beast. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. The geniuses who were standing at the edge of the crowd gasped when they saw the scene. What a terrifying sea of purple flames! Those people were powerful and had many treasures, but they were still unable to reach the innermost part. I really don't know how those people got in. Had their strength already reached such a terrifying level? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had seen enough, so there was no need to wait any longer. "Kid, are you going to make a move?" the Crimson Dragon asked. "Why don't we wait and let those people kill each other for a while? When it's about time, we'll clean up the mess." No, those people were very strong. Perhaps some of them could really seize the treasure. Lin Xian's expression was grave. "How about this? I'll go alone first, and you'll help me out outside." "All right, then be careful." Lin Xian nodded and strode forward. As he took a step forward, white smoke rose from under his feet. Endless purple flames swept toward him crazily, trying to burn him to ashes. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and the 9-yang divine fire fought against the purple flames. At the same time, he activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the flames as he walked. This kid actually went in on foot. That's right, he didn't use any special ability, nor did he use any powerful treasures. As expected of the 9-yang divine body, one of the strongest physiques in the world. Many people were amazed and envious. The people in front also turned their heads and frowned. Deeper in, 3 figures stood in front of the fire spirit pearl, guarding against each other. At the same time, their eyes were burning with passion. At this moment, Fang Yuntian, the previous saint of 5 Elements Palace, suddenly frowned. He turned his head to look. Is that kid making a move? He really doesn't know what's good for him. He originally wanted to get rid of him after getting the fire spirit pearl, but he didn't expect him to be in such a hurry to die. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. He naturally recognized Lin Xian. Lin Xian had killed many of their 5 Elements Palace's prodigies, so Fang Yuntian wouldn't let him go. However, it was only a matter of time. Not far away from him, there was also a figure. This figure only looked like a human, but it was actually a dragon, a 2-headed dragon. His body was covered in scales, and his 2 dragon heads were incomparably ferocious. Obviously, he was a prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The last one was a woman. A huge qilin pattern crawled across half of her body. Her gaze also pierced through the sea of fire and looked into the distance. Is this that guy? He actually wants to get his hands on the fire spirit pearl. What a reckless thing. The 2-headed dragon of the nest of 10,000 dragons also sneered. However, in the next moment, they frowned. In the distance, many people even screamed. Behind them, Lin Xian took a few steps and suddenly became extremely fast. He seemed to have transformed into a golden sword light, piercing through the purple sea of fire. That speed was shocking. As a result, the pupils of the Black Tiger Clan, Silver Clan, and Stone Clan's prodigies all constricted. They were all stopped previously and couldn't move forward at all. They could only resist here. However, Lin Xian actually surpassed them in an instant, reaching deeper into the sea of fire. Could it be that this kid wanted to die? Impossible. His body definitely couldn't withstand it. These people roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's speed didn't slow down at all. In fact, it became even faster. Because at this moment, not only did he activate the 9 Yang Divine Body, but he also activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Terrifying sword energy formed on his body. The terror of the Great Dragon Sword Soul obliterated everything. The purple flames couldn't hurt him at all. Therefore, very soon, Lin Xian arrived at the depths of the purple sea of fire. Damn brat, he actually had such ability. In the depths of the sea of fire, the 3 figures frowned. The 2-headed dragon snorted coldly. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave also frowned. She looked up at Fang Yuntian and said coldly, "How about this? With the 2 of us here, you won't be able to get the Fire Spirit Pearl. Why don't you help me block that kid? And I can give you other benefits." "What benefits?" Fang Yuntian asked with a frown. Indeed, he didn't have much confidence in facing 2 primordial prodigies. "I'll give you a 5,000-year-old earth core flame." Hearing this, Fang Yuntian's pupils constricted. Then he smiled. "You said it. Don't worry. As long as you block him, I'll give you a wisp. It's about the size of a finger." The woman from the Fire Qilin cave said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I have a grudge with this kid and wanted to get rid of him." Fang Yuntian smiled. Chapter 2943. Although he could not obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl, to be able to obtain a portion of the 5,000-year-old Earth Core Flame was also extremely good to him. The next moment, he turned around and walked outside. Very soon, he welcomed Lin Xian and blocked Lin Xian. When those people outside saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock. 5 Elements Palace's previous generation, Holy Sun, Fang Yuntian. He actually made a move. Was he going to intercept Lin Xian? Heavens, I saw that there seemed to be 2 people inside. Who were those 2 people? No idea. But this Lin Xian was most likely doomed. Yes, that Fang Yuntian was so terrifying. Just relying on his own divine ability, he could enter and exit the purple fire sea calmly. He was definitely one of the pinnacle prodigies. This Lin Xian absolutely could not block it. Definitely, Lin Xian was just a little stronger physically. But in terms of divine abilities, he was not Fang Yuntian's match at all. Far away, those people were discussing animatedly. They naturally knew about the grudge between Lin Xian and 5 Elements Palace. Facing off against Lin Xian, Fang Yuntian absolutely would not show mercy. You're that Lin Xian, right? Gutsy, actually still having ideas about the Fire Spirit Pearl. Do you think that you have the qualifications? Fang Yuntian's voice was icy cold. Are you trying to intercept me? Lin Xian frowned. Didn't expect that you're actually working for primordial creatures. Really shameful. Just now, when Fang Yuntian came out, he brought along an endless sea of fire. Lin Xian saw that those 2 figures were not humans, but primordial creatures. He did not expect that this Fang Yuntian actually reached an agreement with 2 primordial creatures. Looks like he should have obtained some benefits from the other party. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Even if there are no primordial creatures, I'll still kill you. Do you really think that those things that you did to my 5 Elements Palace previously, I can let you leave alive? Speaking up to here, his eyes erupted with piercing, cold, killing intent. So, you want to stand up for 5 Elements Palace? When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, do you have the qualifications to do so? What an insolent brat. I can't help but want to tear you to shreds. Fang Yuntian's originally handsome face had a trace of malevolence. He was the holy son of the previous generation. He was very powerful and had entered the invincible king realm 50 years ago. Now it had completely stabilized and even reached a higher level. Among the younger generation, there were not many who were his match. Previously, he had been able to enter the sea of purple flames and compete with the geniuses of the ancient theocrats. This was enough to prove how terrifying his strength was. However, this kid in front of him actually dared to look down on him. This even made him feel unreal. Tear me to shreds? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. Let me give you a piece of advice. Get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Reckless guy. Anyone who dares to say such things to me has already gone to hell. You are no exception. The killing intent on Fang Yuntian's body completely spread out. He hooked his finger, and the surrounding flames immediately spread out, turning into extremely terrifying flame beasts that charged forward. In an instant, 5 flame beasts were formed, and they were incomparably ferocious. Buzz! Lin Xian used the Yin-Yang 8 steps, and like a phantom, he instantly dodged the attacks of the 5 flame beasts and appeared in another direction. Your speed is quite fast. It's beyond my expectations. However, do you think you can escape from me? Fang Yuntian was not angry when his attack missed. Instead, he revealed an even more cruel smile. At this moment, his body was covered in flames, and he was like a flame god of war, releasing a biting cold aura. I want to escape? Are you an idiot? It's obvious that your attack speed is too slow and you can't hit me at all. Lin Xian fiercely counterattacked. 9 suns divine fire spread out from his body, and he was like a fire god. His voice boomed like thunder. It made people's faces turn pale. What a sharp-tongued brat. Let's see if your strength is as good as your mouth. If you don't have the ability, then die. Fang Yuntian had completely lost his patience. He formed a seal with his palms, and the surrounding sea of fire surged as if it had come to life. In an instant, another 8 purple beasts appeared. Each of them was incomparably huge, as if they were real beasts. They surrounded Lin Xian. Die! With a furious roar, these flame beasts completely exploded, and boundless energy engulfed Lin Xian. How terrifying! This move could directly kill an invincible king. Yes, as expected of Fang Yuntian. He was too terrifying. He could definitely compete with the top 10,000 ancient races. The human race actually had such a prodigy. It was truly terrifying. In the distance, those people were discussing animatedly. Even the primordial prodigies had solemn expressions. Indeed, they did not expect the human race to have such a terrifying prodigy. It seemed that they had still underestimated the human race. After so many years of reproduction, the human race had produced many powerhouses, and there were even more prodigies. It was just that many of them had not appeared before. Now that it was gradually revealed, the strength of some people truly shocked them. For example, Fang Yuntian in front of them could actually control the purple flames. This was something that even they could not do. It's just a mere flame. What can it do to me? In the violent energy in front of them, a cold roar sounded. Following that, a wisp of sword light appeared and split all the flame beasts apart. Lin Xian strode out. The light on his body was still as bright as before, and he did not receive any damage. Is this all you've got? If that's all you have, then you can get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly. That attack just now was just a casual attack. I didn't even use half of my strength. Next, I'll show you my true strength. Accompanied by Fang Yuntian's voice, a purple fist blasted out. Fist of fire. The purple sea of fire surged and turned into a purple vermilion bird. It tore through the void and charged forward. Feeling the phantom of the purple vermilion bird, the people in the distance were terrified and their souls trembled. It was too terrifying. Even though they were so far away from this punch, they were still terrified. One could imagine how terrifying the attack Lin Xian was facing was. "I'm not afraid of you." Lin Xian also waved his hand and charged forward. In an instant, the battle between the two erupted. The entire sea of fire turned into a purple vortex, and endless energy spread out from the vortex. Not good, retreat. The prodigies of the Black Tiger tribe, Stone tribe, and Silver tribe who were still holding on in the sea of fire also frantically retreated. They were already on the verge of collapse, and now with the addition of the violent energy, they could not stay any longer. Some of them were even slower and were directly pierced by the energy. Blood splattered everywhere, and they evaporated before they hit the ground. In the midst of the violent energy, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He had to admit that Fang Yuntian was quite strong. He was not weaker than King Qiyu. Chapter 2944. However, he did not have the time to waste on Fang Yuntian. There were two figures in front of him, and they seemed to be trying to get the fire spirit pearl. If they succeeded, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. He had to get rid of Fang Yuntian first, and then snatch the fire spirit pearl from the two primordial elites. "I wanted to play with you, but I don't have time to deal with you now." Lin Xian's eyes turned sharp. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared out, and the purple flames around him surged like waves, crashing in all directions. Behind him, 8 purple fire dragons formed and spewed out in all directions. They intertwined and formed a picture of a fire dragon. The great dragon sword soul? Fang Yuntian frowned. He knew that Fang Yuntian not only had the 9-yang divine body, but also the great dragon sword soul. Feeling the sharp aura, he was sure that Fang Yuntian had activated the great red dragon sword soul. It really made people envious. Fang Yuntian snorted in his heart, and his eyes turned red. He wanted to kill Fang Yuntian and snatch his great dragon sword soul. Fang Yuntian could not believe that such a precious treasure was obtained by Fang Yuntian. "Well, since you're in a hurry to die, I'll show you my trump card." Fang Yuntian's face was ferocious, and endless flames emerged from his body, turning into flaming lotuses that bloomed in the air. Earth-shattering heavenly lotus. Countless lotuses gathered in the sky, and they flickered continuously. A terrifying fiery aura spread out. It made people tremble. What shocked them even more was that there were shadows within the lotuses, as if they were trying to break free. "What are those?" Seeing those shadows, many people were terrified. Even the primordial elites felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that a peerless beast was about to crawl out. Even Lin Xian could feel the aura. Immediately he frowned. He had to admit that Fang Yuntian's method was very powerful, and even he felt threatened. Humph! He snorted, and the great dragon sword soul in his body was completely activated. The 8 fire dragons behind him let out deafening roars. Every time they turned their bodies, the void would shatter. It was too terrifying. These 8 fire dragons were like real dragons, making people tremble. Even the 2-headed dragon, who was in the deepest part of the sea of purple flames, frowned. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. Damn it! This brat actually dared to use the mystical ability of the dragon race. It wasn't only him. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave also frowned. That was because the 8 fire dragons were becoming more and more powerful, as if they were going to break through the heavens and earth. In front of him, Fang Yuntian was also frowning. No, he couldn't let his opponent's aura grow any stronger. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he quickly attacked. "Go to hell, brat!" Shao Chen threw a palm strike, and the fire lotuses in the sky charged forward together with the mysterious illusions. Even invincible kings couldn't withstand this attack. Lin Xian also waved his arm. Following his sword light, the 8 fire dragons behind him roared ferociously and charged forward. Boom! Boundless power exploded. Like a sea wave that covered the sky, sweeping in all directions. The fire lotuses in the sky were shattered by the 8 fire dragons, and countless cracks appeared. Those mysterious phantoms also disappeared along with him. No. Damn it. How can you be so powerful? Fang Yuntian's expression changed for the first time. He didn't expect his mystical ability to be broken by his opponent. How can the 8 fire dragons be so powerful? I've said before, with your strength, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian quickly charged over. He stepped on the 8 fire dragons and attacked like a fiend god. Damn it! It was the power of the dragon sword soul. Fang Yuntian exclaimed. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the dragon sword soul. Therefore, he wanted to escape now. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? With a stomp of his foot, the 8 fire dragons under his feet coiled and enveloped the entire world. Stay here. Lin Xian's palm transformed into a golden mountain of flames and descended from the sky, wanting to suppress Fang Yuntian. Damn it! Fire element fist, block it! He struck out with the fire element fist again, and a vast fist resisted. However, it was shattered in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sea of flames red. Ah! Fang Yuntian screamed. His fist was shattered, but this was just the beginning. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a sword. His body was also split in half. No! Fang Yuntian was terrified. At the same time, he was very decisive. He used the blood that flowed out to draw lotus flowers again and quickly burn them as he rushed into the distance. Soon, he tore through the sky and escaped. What? This guy burned the power of his bloodline? Oh heavens, he's running away. Was Lin Xian so powerful? No one expected the 5 Elements Palace's saint from 2 generations ago to burn his bloodline and escape in a panic after exchanging a few blows. This scene was really beyond their expectations. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He looked at the other party's fleeing figure and didn't chase after him. It was too late. He had to hurry and snatch the fire spirit pearl. His body swayed, and he stepped on 8 fire dragons as he quickly charged into the depths of the purple sea of flames. Damn it, he actually lost. What a piece of trash. He couldn't even hold on for such a short time. In the depths of the sea of flames, the 2-headed dragon and the woman from the Fire Chilin Cave looked gloomy, especially the prodigy from the Fire Chilin Cave. She was very dissatisfied. She originally thought that this human prodigy could help her solve a problem. She didn't expect him to run away. Long Ao, help me. After it's done, I'll give you something of equal value in exchange. This fire spirit pearl is very useful to me. The 2-headed dragon pondered for a moment and then said, Okay, but I want you to give me a Chilin stone. Chilin stone? The prodigy from the Fire Chilin Cave was furious. Damn it, this guy was really asking for too much. The Chilin stone's value was no less than the fire spirit pearl in front of her. Moreover, this stone was only available in the Chilin Cave. It was a stone that was transformed from the ground when they were born. It could be said to be very precious. However, this fire spirit pearl was indeed very important to her. Therefore, the woman nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you a piece. Deal. The 2-headed dragon's lips curled into a smile. In the next moment, his body swayed and he rushed out. Let me deal with him. As he moved, the surrounding sea of flames kept shaking and spreading to both sides. In the end, it formed a vacuum. Terrifying dragon silhouettes dashed out from the sky. Accompanying them was a power that made one's soul tremble. Damn it! Did someone come out again? Everyone had just recovered from the shock of Fang Yuntian's defeat when they trembled again. Even the primordial prodigies looked as if they had seen a ghost. They screamed. The prodigy from the nest of 10,000 dragons had attacked. Chapter 2945. What? The geniuses of the nest of 10,000 dragons? They finally made a move. This time everyone screamed. Even the geniuses of the human race were facing a great enemy. Nest of 10,000 dragons. The legendary dragon race, their geniuses, had finally made a move. They wondered how powerful they were. Just from this aura alone, it had already surpassed Fang Yuntian's nest of 10,000 dragons dragon race. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He stopped, stepped on the 8 fire dragons, and looked ahead. Kid, get lost. This is not a place you can touch. The 2-headed dragon said coldly. Someone said that to me just now. However, he has already been beaten away by me. Why? Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Humph, don't compare me to that trash. Let me tell you, if I make a move, you have no way to survive. I will send you on your way now. The 2-headed dragon made a move. He was very decisive because, in his opinion, killing the other party was no different from crushing an ant. As he stretched out his palm, a terrifying dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. The surrounding sea of fire also followed his movements, turning into purple dragons that rushed forward. In the distance, those people gasped as they looked at the scene in front of them in horror. It was too terrifying. Just a casual palm strike was enough to create such a heaven-defying phenomenon. Was this the power of the dragon race? It was really shocking. In the sky, 18 purple flame dragons twisted in the air, roaring and emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Roar! Then, they tore through the void towards Lin Xian, wanting to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Destroy! Lin Xian roared as the divine flames on his body bloomed, turning into a long flame sword that he held in his hand. With a slash of the sword cut through all directions. The sky was filled with sword light. Boom! 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 It collided with the 18 purple fire dragons in the sky. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the void as endless flames surged into the sky. The 18 purple fire dragons roared non-stop, turning into a sea of fire that descended. Lin Xian's sword light also slowly faded and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the distance, everyone was terrified. This attack was simply too terrifying. Both of them were top-notch geniuses. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes flickering. It had to be said that this double-headed dragon was very powerful. It was even above Fang Yuntian. His opponent was actually able to block it. His sword light had indeed surprised him. No wonder you were able to defeat Fang Yuntian. He had some strength. The 2-headed dragon also nodded slightly. However, it's still not enough to deal with me. That palm strike just now was just a casual strike of mine. Next, I will use my full strength. Can you block it? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with disdain. When these words were spoken, the martial artists in the distance were shocked. Heavens, was it really just a casual attack? The dragon race was truly formidable. Even those archaic paragons felt their scalps tingling. Is that so? That sword strike just now was just a casual strike of mine. You being able to block, it is nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian's expression was also calm. Humph, you are indeed a stubborn brat. I know that you possess the great dragon sword soul. However, even if he had the great dragon sword soul, you are also no match for me. Brat, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to live, kneel down obediently and offer up your great dragon sword soul. How can an ant like you be worthy of the great dragon sword soul? Only the dragon race is worthy of it. As he spoke, the aura on the 2-headed dragon's body became fierce again. Purple dragons circled around him and roared continuously. Their voices shook heaven and earth. Boom! Another palm strike came. This time, in addition to the terrifying purple flames, there was also monstrous lightning that filled the sky within the flames. Obviously, the power of this palm strike was greatly increased compared to before. In the distance, the paragons were terrified. They were already unable to withstand the previous palm strike. Now, they were even less of a match for this palm strike. Most likely, no one present would be able to stop him. That brat was really dead. You're welcome. That was a divine beast of heaven and earth. How could a human fight against it? In their opinion, this time, Lin Xian was bound to lose. Humph! Divine Nine Sun's fist. Lin Xian shouted coldly and waved his fist. The Divine Nine Sun's fire completely erupted and transformed into a golden crow that rushed forward. Otherwise, the great dragon sword soul in his body rumbled and transformed into streaks of sword light that erupted with blazing light. He also slashed out. This time, Lin Xian was furious. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The purple flames and lightning palm were blasted away by the punch. The remaining energy was shattered into pieces by the sword chi that filled the sky. Not only that, the fist and sword chi attacked the two-headed dragon in a fierce manner. This time, the two-headed dragon's expression darkened. Previously, the other party was able to block its casual attack. It did not think much of it, but this time it was surprised. This time its strength had increased. In its opinion, the other party should not be able to block it. However, it did not expect the other party to not only block it, but also attack it so powerfully. Damned brat! I will skin you alive with my own hands. I will extract the great dragon's sword soul from your body. Buzz! He snorted coldly, and a red saber rushed out from between his eyebrows and was held in his hand. The saber was extremely terrifying. It emitted a monstrous, murderous aura. As soon as it appeared, it swept in all directions. It caused everyone's souls to tremble, and many people knelt on the ground. Damn it, the flood dragon's saber! It's made of the bones of a flood dragon. Moreover, it's probably a very terrifying flood dragon. Many archaic creatures screamed in fear. It was a terrifying, half-step sacred artifact. Boom! The saber slashed down, and flames surged in the sky. The terrifying saber light tore through the sky and split the earth. This time it was even more terrifying. Obviously, the two-headed dragon was furious. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hands, and the Divine Nine Sun's fire combined with the great dragon's sword soul quickly appeared in front of him. A large bronze bell appeared. The bell was very simple and unadorned, and runes covered it. Although it was just an illusion, it seemed to be a real divine artifact. It carried a monstrous aura. Clang! A terrifying sound rang out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Flower Protector! Damn it, he summoned a terrifying killing weapon, Flower Protector. These people screamed in fear. Flower Protector was a famous killing weapon in ancient times. Once Flower Protector was used, it could kill 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian was too confident. He had Flower Protector, but he didn't take it out. He was just relying on his ability. Did he think that the divine ability he summoned could contend against the other party's treasured saber? Screams sounded one after another, and the two-headed dragon's face darkened. To be honest, the bronze bell that appeared in the sky also gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation, especially that sound wave. Even his soul shook a little. Buzz! Buzz! Boom! The terrifying sound wave and the terrifying saber light collided in the sky, erupting with dazzling divine light. Chapter 2946. In the end, both of them vanished into thin air. He blocked it again. Many people exclaimed. The two-headed dragon's face was gloomy. Lin Xian stepped into the air. His voice was cold. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my divine power. He raised his palm, and the sword chi in the sky intertwined, turning into a black steel that descended from the sky. Suppress it. The steel emitted a thick demonic chi that made people tremble. Heavens, the great dragon's sword soul was too terrifying. Everything it evolved was incomparably real. Nonsense. That was an offensive sacred art of heaven and earth. Whoever obtained it would definitely be an incomparably terrifying existence. Lin Xian was really terrifying. Many people were terrified and envious. Although they didn't know what the other party had evolved this time, the terror was definitely not inferior to the Flower Protector. What Lin Xian had evolved this time was the terrifying demonic steel in Black Demon Cliff. At this moment, it descended from the sky and could really suppress everything. Boom! The two-headed dragon couldn't reach it in time. He was blasted by the black demonic steel and fell into the flames. With a boom, the ground trembled. The huge demonic steel pressed down on his body. The dragon scales on his back dimmed and even shattered. Dragon blood dyed the void red. Ah, damn it! I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. The two-headed dragon screamed crazily. His eyes were bloodshot. He was injured. He was actually injured by the other party. Moreover, at this moment, he was being pressed to the ground by the other party. This kind of humiliation was unbearable. Boom! He roared, and the dragon blood in his body surged, forming a powerful force that shattered the black, demonic steel above him. He stood up and charged towards Lin Xian. Like a red hurricane, the frenzied blade in his hand was even more powerful. This time he was completely enraged. Moreover, he had the intention to kill. As a prodigy of the dragon race, he was extremely powerful. Usually, no one dared to challenge him. The other ancient royal family members had to be respectful when they saw him. But now he had been injured by a mere human. Moreover, so many people saw it. If he didn't kill the other party, how could he establish himself in the future? Whoosh! The saber slashed down like a peerless wild saber. Together with the flames that filled the sky and the terrifying lightning, its power was shocking. This saber strike could cut down invincible kings. Lin Xian used his yin-yang 8 steps and shifted his position, instantly dodging the sword. A terrifying black hole appeared where he had been standing, swallowing the purple flames. Brat, you can't escape. No matter where you run to, you will definitely die today. The double-headed dragon was brimming with killing intent. His body had also become 3 times larger than before. The 2 heads emitted a terrifying light. One of its heads was surrounded by flames, while the other head was surrounded by lightning. Lightning and fire intertwined, providing him with powerful energy. Annihilation cut. Another slash came. This time, he used the power of his bloodline. In the sky, the power of lightning and fire intersected. Together with the power of the bloodline, they turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed down from the sky. The surrounding space froze. Everyone's bodies trembled, unable to dodge at all. They could only crawl on the ground. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He let out a long laugh. He reached out with both hands and grabbed upward. It seemed that he wanted to take the saber strike with his bare hands. Heavens! In the distance, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. You're courting death. Do you think that your 9-yang divine body can block my saber strike? What a joke! The double-headed dragon kept roaring. The dragon blood on his body emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian roared. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, and the 9-yang divine fire burned fiercely. His body shone brightly, making him look like a golden god of war. His palms were incomparably resplendent, carrying with them a supreme power as they blasted forward. Clang! Many of the geniuses' ears bled, and many of them fainted. The flames on Lin Xian's body were torn apart. The terrifying saber light hit his body, making clanging sounds. White traces were left behind. However, it did not break his body. This scene shocked everyone. Not only that, Lin Xian even put his palms together, grabbed his opponent's long saber, and swung it forcefully. Get the hell out of here. His attack could shatter 100,000 mountains. Although the double-headed dragon was from the dragon clan, had a strong physique, and the power of his bloodline was even more powerful. However, under Lin Xian's heaven-defying divine power, his long saber was snatched away. They kept arguing in the sky. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light, which turned into 2 sword lights and blasted on the long saber. Boom! The long saber dimmed. In the next moment, Lin Xian grabbed the hilt and slashed at the double-headed dragon. Roar! The long saber let out a terrifying roar. Lin Xian's great dragon, Sword Soul, roared. A mysterious and terrifying power burst out. The saber turned into a giant dragon that was 100 feet long. It descended from the sky and directly enveloped the double-headed dragon. No, the double-headed dragon screamed crazily. His body turned into a giant dragon that was a few 100 feet long and soared into the sky. Thunder and fire surrounded his body, and the power of his bloodline turned into mysterious runes that carried a powerful force. It was as if a divine dragon was fighting against a shocking saber. Boom! Boom! As the saber fell, the sea of fire surged and hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts fell. A terrifying black hole appeared in the void and a scream was heard. Then dragon blood floated, and a dragon claw fell from the sky, shattering the void. It fell to the ground, and the surrounding purple sea of fire could not spread at all. In fact, it kept retreating. What? He was injured. The Dragon Clan's prodigy was injured. The Archean prodigies widened their eyes in disbelief. What did Lin Xian do? Lin Xian cut off a dragon claw with a saber? Was this guy trying to slay a dragon? They were horrified. Lin Xian let out a long howl and kicked the two-headed dragon's head, causing it to fall to the ground. At the same time, he said, "Ruse along, I'll leave this guy to you. I'll go and get the fire spirit pearl." Ah, roar! The double-headed dragon kept rolling on the ground. That kick had deformed one of his heads. Many of the scales on his body had also fallen off. He roared crazily, and a series of dragon roars resounded through the world. "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." He spoke in human language, and the dragon aura on his body surged into the sky, turning into a terrifying light that shot into the clouds. He wanted to soar into the sky and kill Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, a red claw fell from the sky like a red mountain and slapped its head again. Its head that had just healed was deformed again. "Stop running, I'm your opponent." A strange cry sounded in the sky, and the double-headed dragon was furious. "Who is it? Who dares to stop me?" He let out a terrifying roar. At this moment, the dragon might spread, and everyone trembled. That was the suppression of bloodline. However, the voice in the sky was indeed disdainful. "Two-headed kid, how dare you compete with me in terms of dragon might? Do you have a death wish?" As soon as that voice fell, a dragon roar that shocked the 9 heavens and 10 lands sounded. Chapter 2947. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the two-headed dragon was stunned on the spot. Its body began to tremble. An intense fear appeared on its 2 enormous dragon heads. Damn it, dragon roar! What pure dragon blood! The other party's dragon might was actually stronger than his, and it even suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe. "Who is it?" He raised his dragon head with difficulty and looked forward. In the sky, a dark red divine dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking at him with disdain. "Damn it, it's the snake beside that kid. How could the other party have such a terrifying dragon might?" The others were also stunned. They knew that Lin Xian had a dragon beside him, but they did not expect that dragon's aura to be so terrifying. Could it be that the other party's bloodline power was above that of the primordial paragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Thinking of this, they felt dizzy. In the depths of the purple sea of fire, the paragon of the Fire Qilin cave trembled when she heard the terrifying dragon roar, and the blood in her body almost froze. Shock appeared in her eyes. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the two-headed dragon was defeated? She could not believe it. Also, what's with the dragon roar? Has an even more terrifying paragon of the dragon clan arrived? She turned her head to look. However, in the next moment, she was so scared that her face turned pale as she screamed and dodged. A piercing saber light descended from the sky, tearing apart the divine flames that filled the sky and slashing towards her, wanting to cut her in half. Fortunately, he was strong enough. At the critical moment, he quickly dodged, turning into an afterimage. However, This saber still brushed past her body. Immediately, a strand of hair on her head was cut off, and even her neck felt cold. All the hair on her body stood on end. "Damn it, who is it?" The female paragon screamed crazily, and her eyes turned into two fire cheelants that roared in the sky. In the next moment, she was extremely shocked. "Damn kid, it's you." She saw clearly that it was Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian holding the purple dragon saber and charging over quickly. Damn it, could it be that Long Ao was defeated? He was extremely shocked. That was a two-headed dragon with great strength. How could it be defeated? Previously, he did not observe the battle as she had used all her strength to seize the Fire Spirit Pearl. After all, this Fire Spirit Pearl might be a precious treasure, but it was too terrifying and had to be sealed carefully. Otherwise, she would definitely be burned to a crisp. Therefore, she did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, she probed with her soul spirit, and her face turned gloomy. Outside, Long Ao and a dark red dragon were fighting, but Lin Xian had already arrived in front of her. Damn it, this kid actually has a dragon as a helper. Fang Yuntian and the two-headed dragon have already been defeated. You are the only one left. Do you still want to fight me? Lin Xian looked at the other party. I advise you to leave obediently. As Lin Xian spoke, he released his soul force and scanned the surroundings. He saw that not far from him there was a fist-sized purple bead that was spinning nonstop. It was covered with mysterious patterns. He could clearly feel that the Fire Spirit Pearl was emitting a terrifying power of flames. The power of the flames caused even his 9-yang divine body to tremble slightly. One could imagine how terrifying it was. No wonder this woman in front of him did not succeed after such a long time. The woman from Fire Cheelin Cave snorted. The flames on her body formed a Cheelin armor, covering her beautiful body. At the same time, a terrifying light burst out from her eyes. With a wave of her hand, she kept sliding in the sky. The flames in the sky condensed into a terrifying Fire Cheelin, surging and roaring. You are courting death. Since this is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xian shouted coldly. This time he did not use his divine eye, but took out Flower Protector directly. Now that his 9-yang divine body had reached the small success stage, he was not as careful as before when he used Flower Protector. Sure enough, after taking out Flower Protector, he held it in his hand and shook it nonstop. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, and the surrounding purple flames were suppressed and dimmed. Cheelin Shield. Seeing this scene, the woman shouted and turned into shields with Cheelin patterns engraved on them. There were a total of 8 shields around her, forming a strong defense. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and pushed the great dragon sword soul, sending a wave of energy into Flower Protector. Immediately, Flower Protector enlarged, and the runes on it also spread out. Together with the sound waves, it swept in all directions. The sound waves hit the Cheelin shield, making earth-shattering sounds. The terrifying sound waves and the power of the great dragon sword soul worked together to destroy the Cheelin shield. In the end, the flames on the Cheelin shield dimmed and made cracking sounds. With a bang, 3 Cheelin shields shattered, and a hole appeared in the defense of Fire Cheelin, Cave's prodigy. The sound waves in the sky finally found an opportunity and turned into a torrent, quickly surging in. Damn it! The female prodigy's expression changed. A hint of fear and anger appeared in her eyes. Ah! She screamed, opened her mouth, and spat out a light wave that surged forward. It was a treasured furnace. It was incomparably simple and had a very strange shape. As soon as the treasured furnace came out, it kept enlarging, like a small mountain, spiraling in the sky. At the same time, it attracted countless purple flames to provide energy. Above the treasured furnace, wisps of purple smoke emerged. The purple smoke was like divine swords that could destroy everything. Die for me! The Cheelin prodigy roared angrily. The purple sword light slashed toward Lin Xian. The divine might on it was vast and mighty, terrifying everyone. This primordial prodigy really had a lot of treasures in his hands. This purple treasured furnace should also be a half-step sage artifact. Lin Xian snorted coldly, grabbed Flower Protector, and activated his divine power. Flower Protector continued to expand, covering the sky like a giant bronze mountain. Lin Xian waved it and smashed it down. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the terrifying sound waves shook all directions. The purple sword light that filled the sky was shattered. The Qilin prodigy was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her expression became ferocious. Damn it, damn it. The other party didn't play by the rules at all. That was a half-step sage artifact. Who would use it like that? One had to know that the power of a half-step sage artifact was unfathomable, far surpassing that of a heaven-grade treasure artifact. Some could even emit Tao patterns. That was a supreme killing weapon used in conjunction with a great divine power. But what about this kid in front of her? He didn't use the divine power that a half-step sage artifact should have at all. Instead, he relied on brute force and the hardness of the half-step sage artifact to go on a rampage. This scene was truly driving the woman mad with anger. She tried hard to take a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Once again, she controlled the treasured furnace and quickly attacked. "Ha!" Lin Xian sneered. "I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to collect the fire spirit pearl." At this point, he clapped his hand and took out the saint's hand bone. After tearing open the seal, the saint's aura spread between heaven and earth. Chapter 2948. Oh no! The Qilin prodigy's expression changed. She did not expect the other party to have the bone of a saint. Humph. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Kid, I admit that I've underestimated you. You actually have such a treasure. But do you think you can stop me with that? You're too naive. Fire Qilin sword." The female prodigy shouted, opened her mouth, and spat out another flying sword. It was a fiery red flying sword that was about the size of a palm. As soon as it appeared, it kept expanding until she grabbed it in her hand. She waved the long sword gently, and a terrifying sword light slashed in all directions. It was like a peerless immortal light. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was a peerless swordsman. How could he not be excited when he saw a peerless sword? Previously, he used the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. Although it was also a treasure, it was only a top-tier heaven-grade artifact. Now, it could not keep up with his strength. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would directly use the Nine Suns' divine fire and transform it into sword qi. In times of danger, he would use the Flower Protector and the Nine-layered pagoda. However, although those two half-sage artifacts were powerful, they could not allow him to unleash 100% of the power of his sword Tao. Now, when he saw the fiery red long sword in the woman's hand, he immediately became interested. "This sword suits me very well." He stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed in front of him. "You're courting death." The prodigy of the fire Qilin cave was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She took out that sword to kill the enemy. Who would have thought that the other party would take a fancy to her sword before she even made a move? He even wanted to take it by force. "Damn you, I'll chop off your claws." She shouted and waved the fire Qilin sword, slashing forward. With a clang, she slashed at the golden hand. Sparks flew, and the fire Qilin sword trembled nonstop. The woman's hand was numb. Lin Xian's palm was also forced back, and there was even a crack on his hand. "It can actually injure me, as expected of the sword that I've taken a fancy to." The light in his eyes became even brighter. "I must have that sword." He charged forward again. In the sky, countless palm shadows shot out in succession, each one grabbing at the blazing Qilin sword. "Be destroyed." The paragon of fire Qilin Grotto wielded the fire Qilin sword and slashed in all directions. In an instant, the countless golden palm shadows were all destroyed. It had to be said that this treasured sword was too powerful. No wonder Lin Xian was moved by it. In fact, the origin of this treasured sword was indeed extraordinary. This blazing Qilin sword was forged using the scales of a blazing Qilin and the 10,000-year starry sky iron. It could be said that it was extremely frightening. It was a well-known existence, even among semi-sage tools. After dozens of moves, Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that this sword was really too sharp. He had actually destroyed all of the palm prints that he had sent out. There were even 2 more cracks on his palm. It seemed like he had no choice but to use some tricks. Although you have a treasured sword, your sword art is not that good. Next, let me show you what a real sword art is. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. The divine flames on his body flickered, forming a flaming long sword that he held in his hand. Nine-yang sword art. With a slash of the sword, sparks flew and easily broke the other party's sword chi. The golden sword art and the treasured sword in the other party's hand fought for more than 100 moves. Lin Xian used 9 suns, opened the sky, and directly cut off the other party's arm. Ah! The woman screamed. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the blazing Qilin sword like a dragon head. When he grabbed it, the blazing Qilin sword struggled crazily. On the sword, many blazing Qilins appeared and charged at Lin Xian. The distance was very close. In an instant, the blazing Qilin pounced on Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. It was indeed a peerless sword. You can't escape. He reached out his hand again and transformed into 5 giant dragons to seal the fire spirit sword. The blazing Qilin phantoms were forcefully destroyed by his 9-yang sword chi. In the end, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul and fused it with the blazing Qilin sword. With a boom, the blazing Qilin sword completely exploded. The terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire sea of fire. At this moment, the people outside were all stunned. Many people were sent flying by a powerful force. They rolled far away and were dumbfounded. Damn it, what happened? What happened in the depths of the sea of fire? The battle inside was too intense. The Crimson Dragon and the 2-headed dragon were still fighting outside. Therefore, they had no idea what was happening to Lin Xian inside. Who was the one who unleashed that sword chi? Was it Lin Xian or Lin Xian's opponent? The 2-headed dragon's eyelids were also twitching. Oh no, could it be that she had failed? I say, don't worry about others. Worry about yourself first. The Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly and charged over again. In the sky, the 2 giant dragons were hundreds of feet long. They were constantly roaring and clashing with each other. The scene of the giant dragons fighting was too terrifying. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was shocked by the energy in the depths of the sea of fire. Everyone wanted to find out what was going on. In the depths of the sea of fire, Lin Xian held the blazing Qilin sword in his hand and smiled. The great dragon's sword soul forcefully infused into it and destroyed the blazing Qilin mark. Now that he had infused the power of the great dragon's sword soul into the sword, it completely belonged to him. It really was a good sword. Thank you very much. Lin Xian looked at the other party and smiled. Damn it! The blazing Qilin Sky Pride was about to go crazy. Her broken arm had grown back again, but her heart was bleeding. Such a powerful treasure had actually been snatched away by him. Furthermore, her imprint had been instantly obliterated by him. The mark was not only hers, but also the blazing Qilin sword itself. It could be said that no one below the sage level could destroy it. However, the other party destroyed it so easily. This was completely beyond her knowledge. Let me try the power of the blazing Qilin sword. Lin Xian slowly raised his arm. In the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul. Buzz! 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 The blazing Qilin sword trembled and shone brightly. The entire sky was quickly torn apart. Golden sword Qi circled the 9 heavens. Damn it! How can he unleash such power? On the other side, the blazing Qilin Sky Pride's face was extremely ugly. Even she could not unleash the blazing Qilin sword to such an extent. However, the other party, a human youth, was able to unleash the power of their clan's treasure to such an extent. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Buzz! 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian slashed down with his ultimate move, splitting the entire sky in half. The Qilin Sky Pride on the other side screamed and threw out countless Qilin shields to defend herself. She even used the furnace to block in front of her. However, it was useless. The furnace was sent flying, and her body was split in half. Chapter 2949. Damn it! The prodigy was so angry that her eyes and ears were on fire. This time, not only did she not get the Fire Spirit Pearl, but she also lost her treasure, the Fire Qilin Sword. She swore that she would kill this brat and take back the Fire Qilin Sword at all costs, even if she had to use some secret techniques that would harm her body. With a shout, she was enveloped by endless bloodline power. Her body fused together, and her palms quickly formed a seal. The bloodline power burned rapidly. A terrifying aura burst out. "Brat, I won't let you go." Her voice was cold. Humph. Lin Xian's eyes were intertwined with golden runes, forming a mysterious pattern. He directly attacked. With a puff, the opponent's body was penetrated. This pattern was one of the 3 patterns he had obtained in the Dark Tunnel. It was also the method he used to kill the Red Moon King. This time, it directly drained 1/3 of his soul power. However, Lin Xian did not care about this, as he wanted to end the battle quickly. The Fire Qilin prodigy wanted to use a great mystique, but it was instantly shattered. The power of that rune had nearly destroyed her soul. She screamed in fear and did not dare to fight with him again. She quickly fled, turning into a stream of light. Damn it, she actually ran away? How could this be? The 2-headed dragon sensed this and was stunned. He did not expect the prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave to escape. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the brat had already reached such a terrifying level? He did not dare to imagine. After defeating the prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave, Lin Xian did not chase after her. He also did not join forces with the Crimson Dragon to kill the 2-headed dragon. He turned around and looked at the Fire Spirit Pearl not far away. Right now, the most important thing was to collect this Fire Spirit Pearl to prevent any undue delay. Taking a deep breath, he put away the Fire Qilin sword and flower protector. The energy in his body kept surging. Previously, the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave had spent so much time, but still failed to get the Fire Spirit Pearl. One could imagine how terrifying the Fire Spirit Pearl was. Thus, he had to be careful. Buzz! His 9-yang divine constitution and dragon sword soul circulated together, enveloping his palm and turning it into a dragon head. He grabbed forward. With one grab, it covered the Fire Spirit plant. Buzz! Caught! Lin Xian was delighted. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly constricted and his expression changed. This was because the moment he grabbed the Fire Spirit Pearl, the Fire Spirit Pearl in his palm suddenly trembled at an extremely fast speed. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were rumbling. Boom! His palm instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. His 9-yang divine body was actually injured, just because of a single strike from the other party. It was too terrifying. How much energy did this Fire Spirit Pearl contain? Whoa! In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian used a magical incantation to heal his broken hand. Wrapped in dragon-shaped sword energy, he reached out again. Boom! Boom! At the instant he grabbed it, the terrifying power once again spread through his body, causing his palm to split open once again. Hold your ground! Lin Xian roared, pushing his 9-yang divine body to the limit. This time, although cracks appeared on the palm, it did not explode into a bloody mist. Be destroyed. Seeing this scene, the great dragon sword radiance in his body surged out crazily, turning into sword energy that exploded from his palm, bombarding the fire spirit pearl, trying to subdue it. However, the fire spirit pearl was too terrifying. The mysterious runes on it flickered, and wisps of purple flames surged out, resisting the sword energy. Not only that, but the power also spread through Lin Xian's body through his hand. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared on his 9-yang divine body. At this moment, he was like a broken porcelain doll, about to collapse at any moment. If the people outside saw this scene, they would definitely scream in horror. They had never seen Lin Xian suffer such serious injuries. Even when he was fighting with King Redfeather, his body did not collapse to such an extent. Damn it, be destroyed! Lin Xian's eyes widened, his eyes red. Although his body was broken, he still did not let go. The 9-yang divine fire and the great dragon sword soul kept intertwining, turning into seals, trying to seal the fire spirit pearl. However, this fire spirit pearl was too terrifying. He did not know who left it behind. He did not know what grade it was. Lin Xian guessed that no one among the invincible kings would be able to subdue it. Probably only a saint would be able to do it. Did he really have to give up this thing? Lin Xian shook his head. He was unwilling, but the power coming from it was too terrifying, especially the runes on the fire spirit pearl. They were like Dao runes, emitting a mysterious power. Even if those sect leaders came, they might not be able to seal it. Lin Xian sighed. He was unwilling. Although he knew it was dangerous, Lin Xian still did not let go. He roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul were stimulated by him, and they even began to burn the 9-yang divine fire. The great dragon sword soul was wrapped in a ball of divine fire, burning fiercely. Lin Xian's body was covered in flames. However, the fire spirit pearl seemed to have been stimulated. With a bang, the runes on it exploded again. Suddenly, the entire sea of fire surged, and countless large cracks spread out from the depths of the sea of fire. The crimson dragon and the 2-headed dragon, who were fighting outside, were instantly sent flying. Both of them vomited dragon blood. Damn it, what happened? The 2-headed dragon was terrified, and the crimson dragon was also worried. Kid, are you okay? There was no reply, only Lin Xian's angry roar. The geniuses and primordial geniuses who were watching the battle from afar were also sent flying by the energy. Many people's bodies directly cracked, and they screamed crazily. Retreat, retreat quickly. They did not dare to stay at the edge anymore, and directly pushed to the 5th floor. Some even pushed to the 3rd and 2nd floor. However, it was not safe. The entire flaming pagoda was shaking and could break at any time. It was as if it was really going to collapse. Run quickly. The humans and primordial geniuses fled one after another and completely left the flaming pagoda. They fled outside and looked at the pagoda in front of them in horror, trembling. Damn it, what happened at the end of the day? The Crimson Dragon wanted to rush to the 6th floor to rescue Lin Xian, but he was directly blasted out by a force. This made him gnash his teeth in anger. Morong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also very nervous. They did not go to the 6th floor. Instead, they went to other places to look for opportunities. Both of them had gained a lot, but at this moment they were chased out by the flames. What happened? They asked the Crimson Dragon. When they learned that Lin Xian was in danger, the two of them were very nervous. No, they had to save Big Brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were about to force their way into the flaming pagoda. However, a terrifying power and purple veined patterns blocked their path. Chapter 2950. Everyone had come out except for that Lin Xian. It's over. That Lin Xian must have been trying to snatch the fire spirit pearl. What mechanism did he trigger? He actually unleashed such a terrifying power. Everyone was talking about it. However, the two-headed dragon roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. His two gigantic heads laughed maniacally. Kid, you're really courting death. I didn't expect the power of the fire spirit pearl to be far beyond my expectations. If we had snatched it, we might have been banned by now. He was feeling very good now, because the fire spirit pearl should have been theirs. However, they were defeated by the other party. But it didn't matter. So what if they were defeated? That kid was strong, but in front of this power, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This power was not weaker than a saint's. No one below a saint could resist it, even if they had a saint artifact. That was indeed the case. When the primordial elites sensed this power, they all revealed sinister smiles. Even the injured Chelan race's prodigy had returned. There was a sinister look on her cold face. Great, kid, go to hell. Damn, kid. Nothing must happen to you. The crimson dragon roared, shocking the 10,000 ancient races. At the same time, he looked ahead worriedly. The 10,000 ancient races were intimidated by the dragon's aura and didn't dare to speak. However, everyone was laughing coldly in their hearts. In their opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die this time around. At this moment, there was still no one left in the blazing flame pagoda. Of course, Lin Xian was the only exception. Lin Xian was on the 7th floor of the blazing flame pagoda, surrounded by countless purple flames. Previously, he had forcefully raised his strength and burned his body to seal the fire spirit pearl. However, he had triggered the fire spirit pearl's ferocious nature. It exploded with an attack that was not weaker than a saint's. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xian's body was instantly shattered. Boom! Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body exploded into pieces. Blood flowed, and his corpse flew everywhere. This scene was extremely terrifying. This was the most serious injury that Lin Xian had ever suffered. However, he didn't die. At his level, unless his soul was completely obliterated, he wouldn't die. Lin Xian's soul was wrapped up by the great dragon sword soul and had already fused with it. At this moment, he let out a crazy roar. So what if my body is destroyed? My soul is not destroyed. His fighting spirit was inextinguishable. Condense for me. With a furious roar, Zhu Yang's body condensed again, and his palm reached for the fire spirit pearl again. However, it shattered once again. Just like that, it shattered 9 times in a row. Lin Xian reformed 9 times. His face was incomparably pale, and his strength and soul were both extremely weak. Although he possessed the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian was not an immortal existence. Thus, if they continued to forcefully seize the heavenly Tao, they might really be destroyed in the end. However, although the situation was critical, Lin Xian would never give up. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding determination. I am a swordsman. A swordsman is a sharp weapon, and he is unyielding. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous like thunder. He held onto the belief that he would die. Even if he died, he would seal the fire spirit pearl. This was the last time. Lin Xian didn't hold back and used all his ultimate moves. At the same time, the mysterious little sword in his body began to change again. This mysterious small sword had been with him since he started cultivating. It was given to him by his father. Usually it didn't do anything in his body. In fact, he had almost forgotten about it. However, at this critical moment, a strange change occurred again. A sword light appeared on the mysterious small sword, and it directly enveloped the fire spirit pearl. Instantly, the incomparably powerful fire spirit pearl, which was comparable to a saint, calmed down. The flames on it were also constantly weakening. Then, it rushed towards the mysterious small sword. With a whoosh, it disappeared into the mysterious small sword. Was it taken in? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He reformed his body. He didn't probe the mysterious small sword at all. He realized that it was even more mysterious than the great dragon sword soul. He only knew that there was a strange space in the mysterious small sword. Back then, Lord Geo was in it. He had also entered it before, but he could only move in a very small area. Usually, he couldn't activate the mysterious small sword on his own. He didn't expect the mysterious small sword to show its power at this critical moment. It took an incomparably terrifying fire spirit pearl. Not only that, but he also felt the world spinning. He was actually taken in by the mysterious small sword. In the next moment, he was once again in that strange space. The ancient tree in front of him had already withered. It had been tens of thousands of years. He vaguely remembered that Lord Jiu had drunk wine under this ancient tree and guided him in his cultivation. Now that Lord Jiu had left and become a super saint, he was no longer the ignorant youth from back then. The space in the small sword had a special power. It made the violent fire spirit pearl as docile as a kitten. Lin Xian was tempted. He tried to absorb the power in the fire spirit pearl. On the surface of the fire spirit pearl, purple patterns spread out again. Terrifying flames spread. However, this time it wasn't so fierce. Although the power was terrifying, Lin Xian felt that it was no longer a fatal threat to him. Great, I can absorb it. Lin Xian was overjoyed, although he still didn't understand the secret of the mysterious small sword. However, he didn't have the time to think so much now. He had to quickly use the flames in the fire spirit pearl to increase the power of the 9-yang divine body. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand and sent out the great dragon sword soul, allowing it to absorb the power of the fire spirit pearl. At the same time, he activated the power of the fire spirit pearl to temper the 9-yang divine body. He definitely wouldn't let go of such ferocious power. In an instant, Lin Xian started cultivating. Outside, the Crimson Dragon and the others didn't leave the flame pagoda. They were all waiting anxiously. If Lin Xian didn't come out, they wouldn't leave. However, those primordial creatures didn't wait. There were many other places in the 3rd district besides the flame pagoda. They started searching for other places. Among them, the Redwing race, the Baiyin race, and the Blood Moon race started working together to kill those related to Lin Xian. The main targets were the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingcheng, and Xinjingqiu. After all, Lin Xian and these primordial races had a deep grudge. Previously, Lin Xian was so strong that they couldn't defeat him. But now that Lin Xian was dead, they had nothing to worry about. They swore that they would kill everyone who was related to Lin Xian. They wanted to send all of them to hell. A huge battle broke out. Although Lin Xian was no longer around, the Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingcheng weren't jealous. Xinjingqiu was also very strong. In addition, they had the support of their sacred grounds. Therefore, the battle was very fierce. However, the 10,000 ancient races were too strong. Many prodigies started working together. In the end, the 2-headed dragon and the female prodigy from the fire Qilin cave that Lin Xian had injured earlier also attacked. The 2 of them directly injured Murong Qingcheng and Xinjingqiu. Chapter 2951. Luckily, both of them had powerful trump cards, so they were not killed. Haha, I heard you two are that kid's women? Today, I will kill both of you in front of everyone. I will humiliate both of you to death. I will let everyone know the consequences of offending the 10,000 ancient races. Not only will they die, everyone else will die. I will kill you in the most humiliating way possible. The twin-headed dragon roared as he stared at Murong Qingcheng and Xinjingqiu. On the other side, the prodigies of the scarlet-winged race, the silver race, and the blood moon rental race also surrounded them. Don't kill this woman. Cripple her, break her limbs, and disfigure her. I want to take it and exchange it with the Phoenix clan. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave said coldly. She knew that Murong Qingcheng's bloodline was extraordinary and that the divine Emperor Qilin wanted it. Although she did not get the fire spirit pearl, as long as she captured Murong Qingcheng and handed him to the divine Phoenix Ridge, The divine emperage would definitely give her a treasure even more precious than the fire spirit pearl. All right, then I'll kill this dragon. His bloodline power is even stronger than mine. If I eat him, I will definitely evolve. When that happens, I will become the strongest bloodline below the crown prince. The twin-headed dragon was also excited. Give this woman to me. The prodigy of the silver race stopped Shen Jingqiu. I just happen to be lacking a slave and a furnace. I will use that kid's woman as my slave. As for the people of Immortal Palace, all the women will be slaves, and the men will be sent to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. The 10,000 ancient races stared at the martial artists of Immortal Palace, grinning maliciously. Damn it, how dare you? Gu Santong roared angrily and led the Gu clan over. Yi Wudao also stepped forward with a cold snort. I will not allow you to do this to Brother Lin's friends. They were on good terms with Lin Xian, although Lin Xian's fate was unknown. However, they would not allow the 10,000 ancient races to attack Morong Qingqing and the others. Seeing Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others step forward, Immortal Palace's martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone was helping them. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. What? You want to stand up for that Lin Xian? The two-headed dragon sneered. This is a personal grudge between us and that brat. If you stand out, it will become a grudge between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. Do you think the 10,000 ancient races will be afraid of you? As they spoke till here, the other geniuses of the supreme ancient immortal realms laughed out coldly as powerful figures appeared one after another. All of them walked out. What? Do the humans want to fight us again? I'll play with you guys. In this battle, all of you will definitely die here. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others frowned when they heard this. Damn it, this fellow actually wants to unite all the 10,000 ancient races. Holy Sun, we can't be impulsive. The disciples of the Yi family quickly tried to persuade him. The other holy sons and holy daughters also said, Brother Yi, please reconsider. Brother Yi, please don't start a war between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. We can't withstand such a blow. Damn it, how despicable. The Crimson Dragon stomped its feet in anger. It originally had hope, but it didn't expect that hope to be extinguished. Double-headed dragon, don't blame me for stewing you with the dragon bloodline of the thoughtless dragon clan. The Crimson Dragon was truly enraged. With a roar, it charged forward. The two-headed dragon snorted. You think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'll drink your dragon blood and evolve. The two dragons collided in the sky, and a terrifying sound wave surged in all directions. At the same time, the Fire Qilin Grotto's prodigies, the Silver Race's Heaven Sex prodigies, and the Blood Moon Race's prodigies all attacked Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. Humph! Morong Qingqing snorted, and the Phoenix Phantom on her body spun rapidly from a lotus platform beneath her feet. Kill! With a delicate shout, she used Jade Pool's divine ability and fought against the Fire Spirit Grotto's prodigy. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu also used Xia's divine ability and attacked quickly. The two of them could be considered top-notch saintesses. They were powerful and could reach 35,000 units of archaic power. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. Sure enough, as soon as the two of them attacked, countless people cried out in surprise. Heavens, they were actually so powerful. Yes, Morong Qingqing was powerful, but they didn't expect Saintess Xia to be so powerful. They hadn't seen her fight many times, but she was also so terrifying. Many people looked at Shen Jingqiu's figure in shock. Even the 10,000 ancient races had solemn expressions. Of course, there were also people who sneered. So what if she's powerful? It's only 35,000 units of archaic power. She's not a match for us at all. Besides, we have the Heaven Sect on our side. We can overwhelm them with numbers. That was indeed the case. apart from Morong Qingcheng, the Crimson Dragon, and Shenjingqiu. The others, like Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the members of Immortal Palace, were slightly weaker. However, they were the elites of Immortal Palace and had many ultimate techniques in their hands. At that moment, they didn't fight alone. Instead, they joined forces to form powerful killing formations to contend against Morong Qingcheng. It's useless. You can't beat me. I have 40,000 units of archaic power. The Fire Qilin Cave's prodigy laughed coquettishly. With a wave of her hand, a Fire Qilin rushed out and collided with Morong Qingcheng's Phoenix Phantom. In the sky, countless lightning bolts shot out like flood dragons, piercing through all directions. Morong Qingcheng didn't say anything. Her beautiful face was incomparably cold. Indeed, the other party was right. She was a top-notch existence in the human race, but her opponent was too powerful. This battle seemed to be evenly matched, but it made the blood in her body boil. If it wasn't for her special bloodline, she would have been killed by now. As expected of the 5-colored Phoenix bloodline, it was unbelievable that she could grow to such a level without the corresponding inheritance. However, it was time to end it. The Fire Qilin Cave's female prodigy said coldly. To be honest, she was also extremely surprised. One had to know that, in addition to the power of their bloodline, they also had a bloodline inheritance passed down from ancient times. This kind of inheritance was a kind of cultivation method. Only this kind of inheritance method could allow one's bloodline power to be maximized. Without it, one wouldn't be able to use the advantage of their bloodline power at all. However, the woman in front of her didn't have the bloodline inheritance of the Phoenix clan, but she had already grown to the top of the human race with the power of her bloodline alone. If she was given the secret bloodline inheritance method, she would definitely soar into the sky. She might even be a peerless prodigy among the 10,000 ancient races. However, she wasn't afraid. She thought that the people of Divine Phoenix Ridge would definitely not let her grow. She just needed to capture her opponent now. Buzz! With a wave of her hand, she took out the purple furnace. Endless smoke turned into rays of purple sword light that shot forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The purple sword shadows that filled the sky were like lightning and thunder, cutting through the void and stabbing towards Morong Qingcheng. Chapter 2952. Morong Qingcheng waved her phoenix-winged golden fan, which shone brightly. She cut through the void and instantly appeared on the other side. The place where she was originally standing was drowned by endless sword qi and turned into nothingness. Damn it! She's too strong. Morong Qingcheng's expression was ugly. In the distance, the spectators also exclaimed. It was too dangerous. If they were hit by the sword qi, even an invincible king would be instantly killed. 40,000 units of the ancient era's power was truly terrifying. That was for sure. The 10th generation son by Qian San only had 38,000 Archean power. This woman was even more terrifying than the 10th generation son by. Is this the strength of the Archean theocrats? Everyone exclaimed. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground cultivators, on the other hand, were in despair. That was because Morong Qingcheng was really in danger. Do you think you can dodge it? Just as Morong Qingcheng was about to heave a sigh of relief, a cold voice came from behind her. Immediately after, a palm carrying a sky full of flames slapped her body. Puff! Morong Qingcheng shot out countless lotus shadows to block behind her, but she was still sent flying by the palm. In the next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Oh no! The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is injured. Everyone exclaimed. Sacred Ground! The Jade Lake Sacred Ground cultivators screamed and rushed forward, but more Archean creatures appeared and stopped them. You want to leave? Stay here. Those were the Archean creatures of the Blood Moon clan and the Redwing clan. Their faces were ferocious as they blocked the Jade Lake Sacred Ground cultivators. Not only Jade Lake, but the Immortal Palace and Xixia Sacred Ground cultivators were also affected. Many of them were injured, and some of them were even blasted into pieces. This scene could be said to be extremely miserable. "Sister, Miss Seductress!" Shen Jingqiu cried out when she saw this scene. She turned her head anxiously. "Kid, you should worry about yourself first." The prodigy of the Silver Clan smiled sinisterly. He waved his hand and silver runes flashed, turning into a silver mountain that blasted toward Shinjingqiu. Puff! Shinjingqiu also spat out blood and flew backward. "Oh no! Xixia's sacred ground is also injured. Damn it!" The Crimson Dragon roared, his whole body trembling with anger. "Just you wait. When Xiao Xuanzi comes out, I will make him kill all of you." He was about to go mad with anger. "What? Do you still want that brat to live?" How could this be? The aura within the flame tower was comparable to that of a sage. Perhaps even those sect leaders would not be able to withstand it. "Do you think that kid will be able to survive? What a joke! He has already gone to hell. Soon, I will send you to hell and let you reunite in the netherworld." Ferocious voices rang out one after another. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's injuries worsened. However, they weren't killed because the 10,000 ancient races didn't want to kill them. In the sky, countless purple sword chi weaved into a net and enveloped Murong Qingqing. She was about to be sealed. Not good. Murong Qingqing's heart sank. Am I really going to be captured by someone? If that was the case, he might as well die. At this moment of crisis, a golden fist appeared in the sky and shattered the seal in the sky. Had Lin Xian come out? Everyone exclaimed in shock. That golden fist was too terrifying. However, they soon realized that it wasn't. It wasn't Lin Xian, but Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao had made a move. At this moment of crisis, Yi Wudao had saved Murong Qingqing. Damn it! Do you want to fight the entire 10,000 ancient races? The female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave screamed. Yi Wudao's strength was terrifying. He was a sage physique and could definitely pose a threat to her. However, he probably wouldn't dare to use his full strength. Otherwise, the 10,000 ancient races would definitely slaughter these people mercilessly. You think too much. I won't use the Yi family's power. However, Brother Lin and I will be fine. I will stand up for him. It doesn't count as fighting the 10,000 ancient races. Yi Wudao soared into the sky. Me too. Gu Santong and Wu Hua stepped forward. The three of them had a good relationship with Lin Xian, so the three of them attacked together. As for their sacred grounds and families, they didn't move. They watched the battle from afar. This way, it wouldn't count as a war between the humans and the 10,000 ancient races. Humph. Yi Wudao, right? I've always wanted to test my sage physique. Today, I'll play with you. The female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave cried out and formed hand seals. The Fire Qilin symbol on her body shone even brighter. Her bloodline power condensed into a clone that charged at Murong Qingqing. Meanwhile, her main body charged at Yi Wudao. I'll fight you. Bai Yinwu and the Blood Moon race sent two more celestial sects to meet Wu Hua and Gu Santong. The battle erupted once again. There were too many prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races, and each one of them was incomparably powerful. We humans are no match for them. Many people shook their heads. Although Yi Wudao and the other two had made a move, it didn't look like they could turn the tide. Sure enough, Murong Qingqing was already heavily wounded. Although she was only facing a doppelganger, the power of this doppelganger was extremely frightening. It was roughly equivalent to Bai Qiansan's, with 38,000 units of Archean power. Murong Qingqing was already difficult to deal with when she wasn't injured. Now that she was injured, she was even more difficult to deal with. In less than 100 moves, she would be in danger of being sealed again. Shen Jingqiu was in mortal danger. The Silver Race was the uncrowned king. Their primeval prodigies were incredibly powerful. The fact that Shen Jingqiu could hold on until now was enough to shock the humans and primeval prodigies. This woman was incredible. She probably also had a mysterious bloodline. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Become my cauldron and dual cultivate with me. I guarantee your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. The silver race prodigy threw his head back and laughed. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at Shen Jingqiu. She was too perfect. Not only was Shen Jingqiu beautiful, but she also had a powerful bloodline. This was the best outcome for him. He reached out with a large golden hand. Countless runes flickered, forming a cage that completely enveloped Shen Jingqiu. Shen Jingqiu resisted with all her might, but she couldn't break out of the silver cage. It's useless. The difference between us is too great. Even if you attack with all your strength, you won't be able to break my cage. The silver race prodigy sneered. Although he wasn't as strong as Tianqiao from the Fire Qilin Cave, he still had 38,000 units of arcane power. Big brother Lin Xian. Shen Jingqiu's face was pale. She turned to look at the flame pagoda, revealing a sad but beautiful smile. Although she was trapped, she wouldn't give in no matter what. Even if she was killed, even if she self-destructed, she wouldn't let him have his way. On the other side, Murong Qingqing was also surrounded by countless purple sword qi, completely sealed. She also looked at the flame pagoda. Big brother Xian, I'll accompany you in my next life. A hint of determination appeared in her eyes. There was no helping it. The difference was too great. Although she had bloodline power, she didn't have a bloodline inheritance. In addition, she was seriously injured. Just one of her opponent's avatars could sweep through everything. How could he seal her? In this place, perhaps only Leaf Dao and the Crimson Dragon could fight evenly with him. No one else could. Chapter 2953. Goodbye. Murong Qingqing's blood began to burn. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu's energy was also becoming chaotic. Both of them wanted to self-destruct to destroy their enemies. Damn it, self-destructing isn't that easy. If you dare to self-destruct, I'll kill everyone who says there's a jade lake. The female prodigy from the Fire Qilin Cave also screamed. However, they couldn't stop it. As the energy in their bodies became more and more chaotic, a terrifying aura burst out. Not good. Run. As for the surrounding people, they were running away in a frenzy. The self-destruction of two top geniuses of the human race was absolutely devastating. Don't. The Crimson Dragon screamed like a madman. On the other side, Gu Santong and the other side. Was there no turning back? Just as everyone felt despair, a pair of shining palms appeared in the sky and enveloped Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. Soon, the destructive energy disappeared. What happened? Those people who were running away all stopped and looked behind them in bewilderment. Could it be that they didn't self-destruct successfully? Were they sealed again by the 10,000 ancient races? They turned to look. The prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned, especially the prodigies from the Silver Tribe and Fire Qilin Cave. Were those hands Yi Wudao's? They looked at the fiery golden palms and cried out in shock. Many people looked at Yi Wudao, but he also frowned. No, it wasn't Yi Wudao. Could it be? It was Lin Xian. It was the Temple Master. The cultivators from Immortal Palace cried out in shock. The Crimson Dragon also looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha, I knew it. How could that kid die just like that? Kid, hurry up and come out and kill with me. We have to kill them. What, is it that kid? Damn it, that's impossible. How could he still be alive? That saint-level power had long since crushed him to pieces. There's no way he's still alive. Many archaic prodigies screamed. The prodigies from the Fire Qilin Cave, the Two-Headed Dragon, and the Silver Tribe all narrowed their eyes. They stared at the glowing palms in the sky. Brother Lin Xian, is that you? Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also very surprised. They originally wanted to die together, but they didn't expect that at the last moment, someone would suppress their strength. He had saved them. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the two golden hands exerted force and shattered the purple sword qi. On the other side, the silver cage that sealed the world was destroyed by a single slap. Two large hands wrapped around Morong Chingching and Shinjingqiu and brought them to a safe place. Then they turned into two balls of flame and protected the two of them. What? It shattered in an instant. The eyes of the sky pride of the Argent tribe and the woman of the Fire Qilin cave widened. Who was he? His methods were actually so powerful. Was it really that kid? Impossible. They still didn't believe that the other party couldn't survive that kind of violent energy. Damn it, who are you? Acting all mysterious. The Silver Clan's genius roared, his voice like thunder. Everyone looked in all directions. In front of him, a vortex appeared above the flames. A figure walked out from the vortex. What? It's that kid. It's really Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't die. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. How did he survive? That's right, the one who came out was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by divine flames. His face was incomparably cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He first looked at Morong Chingching and Shinjingqiu. When he saw the two women's pale faces and bloodied bodies, he was instantly enraged. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body turned into countless sword qi that shot into the sky. He took a step forward and instantly arrived beside the two women. With a wave of his hand, a pile of natural treasures appeared. Qingcheng, Qiu, you're injured. Brother Xian, I'm fine. Murong Qingcheng heaved a sigh of relief. Shinjingqiu was about to cry. Brother Lin Xian, that's great, you're not dead. They were too excited. Lin Xian waved his hand. The 9 suns' divine fire melted the natural treasures and turned them into 2 balls of pure energy that surged into the 2 women's bodies. At the same time, he asked, "Who injured you?" "It's that big bad guy," Shan Jingqiu said as she pointed at the silver-white figure in the sky. Murong Qingcheng, who was beside her, didn't say anything. However, she couldn't look at the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave. "I know. I'll avenge you." Lin Xian nodded and glanced at the 2 women. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he glanced at the Crimson Dragon. When he saw that the Crimson Dragon wasn't injured, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the martial artists of Immortal Palace again. When he saw that Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others were also seriously injured and many of them were killed, he was shocked. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He came in front of these people and took out countless natural treasures again. Palace Master, Peacock, and the others were extremely excited. Many of them knelt down on one knee. "Palace Master, we didn't protect you well enough. The Jade Lake Saintess and Zixia Saintess were injured. Palace Master, please punish us." Lin Xian shook his head. "No, you did well. Now leave it to me. I'll avenge you. Who injured you?" "It's them." Peacock and the others raised their heads. Their eyes were burning with anger as they pointed at the Blood Moon Clan, the Silver Clan, and the Crimson Winged Clan. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the primordial creatures. The primordial creatures trembled and fear appeared in their eyes. However, they still braced themselves and said, "Damn it, what do you want?" "Kid, you're not dead. You're really lucky. So what if you're not dead?" "We'll kill you with our own hands after you come here." "That's right. Do you think you're a match for us?" They screamed crazily. Lin Xian's expression was cold. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand. Fire separation sword. Buzz! He took a step forward. His speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. Countless sword qi flickered in the sky. Every sword cut open a primordial creature. With every sword, a corpse fell. Soon, blood dyed the sky red. Hundreds and thousands of primordial corpses fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Shocking! Absolutely shocking! Almost instantly, the Blood Moon Clan, the Silver Clan, and the Crimson Winged Clan were all killed. The corpses piled up like a mountain. Blood surged in the sky, turning it into azure hell. "No, The other primordial creatures screamed crazily as if they had seen a ghost. They retreated frantically. The human warriors felt their scalps go numb. Many of them were about to faint from fear. What kind of scene was this? Killing these primordial creatures was no different from killing ants. When the immortal palace warriors saw this, they clenched their fists in excitement. Great, their palace master was still alive. Not only that, he even helped them take revenge. Damn it, how dare you! The Blood Moon clan and the Silver clan's prodigies screamed crazily. The two-headed dragon and the Fire Qilin, Cave's female prodigy, also narrowed their eyes, especially the Fire Qilin, Cave's female prodigy. Her eyes were red, and the flames on her body surged. She was about to go crazy. The sword in the other party's hand was her treasure. How could he still be alive? Could it be that the other party had successfully sealed the fire spirit pearl? Thinking of this, her expression turned cold. Kill this kid, take back the sword, and retrieve the fire spirit pearl. Chapter 2954. However, before she could make a move, the two sky prides from the Blood Moon clan charged over. Bloody light filled the sky from their bodies. Their bodies completely transformed into two full moons, descending from the sky and shrouding Lin Xian. They wanted to use their terrifying bloodline power to crush him. Buzz! Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he waved the blazing Qilin sword and shot out two rays of sword light that looked like peerless immortal light. He slashed forward. With a poochie sound, the two sword lights struck the blood-colored moons. With one strike, the two blood-colored moons split in half. Ah! Two screams were heard. Then the corpses of the two Archean sky prides from the Blood Moon clan fell from the sky. What? Dead. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. Lin Xian killed two Archean sky prides with a single slash. Oh my God, how is this possible? They were Archean sky prides. They were not the same as the Archean creatures from before. The two Archean sky prides from the Blood Moon clan had at least 30,000 Archean power. They were so powerful that they could dominate an area. But now they were killed with a single slash. Their souls did not even have a chance to escape. How can this kid be so strong? Why do I feel that his strength has increased? Many people were terrified. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the Sky Pride from the Silver Clan. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Sky Pride from the Silver Clan trembled when he was stared at by Lin Xian. But very quickly he became furious. Damned brat, I want you dead. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid. He knew that his strength was on par with Bai Qianshan. If Lin Xian could kill Bai Qianshan, he could definitely kill him. Therefore, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the female Sky Pride from the Fire Qilin cave. He asked her clone to cooperate with him. His clone had 38,000 units of Archean power, so the two of them combined could fight against an existence with 40,000 units of Archean power. It was definitely enough to kill Lin Xian. Attack! With a roar, the Sky Pride from the Silver Clan rushed out. At the same time, the clone of the Sky Pride from the Fire Qilin cave also rushed over. The two of them attacked Lin Xian from the left and right. Not good. They are actually working together. Many people were terrified. Murong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. That was because the geniuses of the Silver Clan were not weak themselves. That clone of hers was also incomparably terrifying. If the two of them joined forces, they would definitely be a force to be reckoned with. Let's see how this brat dies this time. Many ancient life forms sneered. Thundering heavens! The prodigy of the Silver Clan waved his fist, which transformed into 8 stars. Each of them carried incomparable lightning as they descended from the sky. Everyone was terrified. This was an extremely terrifying lightning divine ability. At this moment, when the 8 lightning stars appeared, they could destroy everything. The avatar transformed into a flame Qilin, roaring non-stop. The flame Qilin had a pair of fiery red wings on its back, with blood flowing through them. Running in the sky, he easily cut open the void. Another peerless divine ability. Both of them were attacking with all their might. Go to hell! Terrifying lightning exploded and flames filled the air. The entire world was overturned. Buzz, buzz, buzz! He should be dead now. Many people looked at the violent energy in the sky and sneered. Hum amidst the violent energy, 3 sword lights flew out. 1 sword light split the energy. 1 sword light split the prodigy of the Silver Clan, and the other sword light destroyed the avatar. 3 swords, only 3 swords. Lin Xian destroyed everything. He walked out of the energy vortex again and scathed. Sizzle, sizzle. The avatar turned into blobs of blood that scattered in all directions. The corpse of the Silver Clan prodigy fell to the ground, lifeless. What? He's dead again. Everyone was terrified. That was the prodigy of the Silver Clan. He was powerful and not weaker than Bai Chen Shan. However, he was still killed by a single sword strike. Impossible! How did this kid become so powerful? That's right. Previously, when I fought Bai Tian Shan, I used all my means to kill him. But now he can kill a powerhouse of the same realm with a single sword strike? What exactly did this kid go through? The ancient life forms screamed crazily. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave also narrowed her eyes. Damn it, he actually killed my avatar with a single sword strike. She couldn't believe it. However, even though it was just an avatar, it still had 38,000 units of Archean power. A single avatar was enough to wipe out all the other human prodigies, except for Yi Daodenier. One could imagine how terrifying the avatar was. But now, it was killed by Lin Xian with a single sword strike. What kind of shock was that? You dare to attack my people? You've touched my bottom line. Therefore you will die today. Lin Xian's cold voice echoed in all directions. He stared at the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave. You escaped last time, but you still don't know what's good for you. You dare to attack my woman? You can die now. Damn kid, I was careless last time. This time I won't lose to you. The female prodigy was furious. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Yi Daodenier. Brother Yi, thank you for helping me this time. I'll remember this favor. Yi Daodenier nodded. I'll leave this to you. With that, his figure flickered and he left. In the sky, Lin Xian strode forward. Remember, don't touch my people. Lin Xian's aura became more and more terrifying. The female prodigy sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? I'll show you my true strength. She roared and began to burn the power of her bloodline. The purple smoke, brilliant furnace, spun continuously above her head, transforming into countless purple sword chi. Not only that, but this time the female prodigy took out a demonic beast claw. It was a withered claw that looked like a corpse. The moment it appeared, a terrifying aura pressed down on the surroundings. Qilin claw. Damn it, she actually has such a thing. Many people's eyelids twitched, and the ancient creatures were terrified. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave laughed sinisterly. Die, kid. She activated the Qilin claw, and at the same time, 10,000 purple sword chi rushed out from above her head, attacking Lin Xian. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the void, and the terrifying Qilin claw continued to expand, covering the sky and earth. It was like the palm of a fiend god. This claw could crush the sun and moon and overturn heaven and earth. Under this claw, even those powerful invincible kings would be reduced to ashes. It's too powerful. Is this the prodigy of the ancient theocrats? As expected, no one could stop her. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. His aura erupted like a wave. The Fire Qilin sword in his hand suddenly expanded, as if it had come to life. It stabbed out, piercing through the sky. The sky was filled with flames and terrifying sword chi. It was like thunder soaring into the clouds. Pooh! The sword illuminated the entire world, and the terrifying Qilin claw was pierced, forming a large hole. The sword chi passed through the Qilin claw and attacked the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave. Chapter 2955. Uft. The sword chi tore through the purple sword light and arrived in front of the female prodigy. What? How is that possible? He broke the Qilin claw? I don't believe it. The female prodigy screamed. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear. The Qilin claw was formed from the claw of a terrifying, archaic king from the Fire Qilin Cave. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even killing those powerful, invincible kings would not be a problem. But now, it was destroyed by the other party. Although she knew that the power of the Fire Qilin sword played a part, the other party's strength had definitely increased. He was even stronger than when she fought with him previously. And much stronger. Impossible. Damn it. Could it be that this kid's strength increased again? But how long had it been? From the time they were forced to leave Flame Tower to the time they attacked Dark Red, Godly Forest, Murongqingqing, and the others, only 3 days had passed. However, the other party's strength had increased tremendously in these 3 days. That was impossible. It was simply a myth. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave temporarily suppressed the shock in her heart. The most important thing now was to dodge the sword. Roar! At this critical moment, the female prodigy could no longer care about anything else. With a roar, cold scales began to grow on her body. They were densely packed and covered her entire body. Her body also became bigger, like a small mountain, completely turning into a Qilin. After transforming into a Qilin, her strength increased again. Not only that, but her body also became incomparably tough. Those ice-cold scales were comparable to the toughest treasured weapons. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't block it. The female prodigy of the Qilin tribe screamed crazily. She wanted to use her body to block the sword. Uft! The sword pierced through her body. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave widened her eyes. She looked at her body in disbelief. How could it be pierced through? Her incomparably tough Fire Qilin body was pierced through, leaving a bloody hole. Moreover, her heart was smashed into pieces. Not only that, there was a sword intent that could destroy everything in the wound. It began to spread throughout her body. Soon, countless cracks appeared on her body. Even her head was the same. Her soul wanted to escape from her body, but it was tightly enveloped by a biting cold sword intent. No, damn it, this was impossible. I don't believe you. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave screamed as if she had gone mad. She found it hard to accept. She was a genius of the royal clan. How powerful was 40,000 Archean power? If she stomped her feet, those human saints and saintesses would be annihilated. However, the man before him was able to easily kill him. What level had the other party's strength reached? Boom! She didn't have time to think anymore, because the sword chi exploded out and cut the Fire Spirit Grotto's Skypride's body into pieces. His soul was annihilated. Blood rained down from the sky, and not a single spot was left intact. Dead. The great Fire Qilin Paradise sect was killed by the other party. This scene was simply too shocking. This caused the bodies of the Archean elites to tremble, and many of them knelt on the ground. How did this kid become so strong? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Murongqingqing and the others also opened their mouths wide. On the other side, Leaf Daudenier also gasped. He had fought with the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave. Naturally, he knew how powerful she was. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to use some powerful trump cards. But now Lin Xian had killed her with a single sword strike. This method definitely surpassed his. It seemed that he had obtained some kind of opportunity in the Flame Pagoda. Leaf, Dao Denier exclaimed in his heart. On the other side, the two-headed dragon screamed. Damn it, I don't believe it. How can you be so strong? He was going crazy. His strength was on par with the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave. He also had 40,000 Archean power. He usually flaunted his strength, but now he was truly afraid. Was that sword strike of his opponent an ordinary sword strike? Or had he used all of his strength and unleashed a world-shaking sword strike? He was more willing to believe the latter. However, he didn't plan to attack anymore. He wanted to leave as soon as possible, because he was scared out of his wits. You want to leave? Can you leave? The Crimson Dragon sneered and spat out flames and lightning to stop the other party. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The two-headed dragon was furious. So what if I stop you? The Crimson Dragon struck the other party with another bolt of lightning, causing the other party to roll in the sky and shatter countless voids. Lin Xian walked up again. He held the Fire Qilin sword, and his aura was extremely powerful. Next, it's your turn. He stared at the two-headed dragon. Being stared at by Lin Xian, the two-headed dragon's body stiffened, and fear appeared in his eyes. No, damn brat, you can't attack me. I'm from the nest of 10,000 dragons. If you dare to attack me, the nest of 10,000 dragons won't let you off. We are the dragon race, and we command the 10,000 races of the ancient era. If you touch me, you will become an enemy of the 10,000 races of the ancient era. Become an enemy of the 10,000 races of the ancient era? So what? Lin Xian didn't care at all. There was only one outcome for those who dared to threaten the people around him, and that was death. He raised his hand and swung his sword. This sword strike was incomparably peerless. Damn it, block it for me. The two-headed dragon roared angrily and shot out lightning and fire that filled the sky. Damn brat, have a taste of my ultimate move. World Destruction Lightning. Lightning surged on his body, forming black lightning that carried a strong aura of destruction. It was as if it could destroy the entire world. Ha ha ha, brat, go to hell. This destructive lightning was condensed from his bloodline power. This was his full-strength attack, and he didn't hold back at all. As far as he was concerned, this attack was more than enough to kill an expert with 40,000 levels of Archean power. No matter how strong the other party was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the sky, sword energy flickered and collided with the destructive lightning, emitting sizzling sounds. Those black thunderbolts were quickly annihilated by this sword. No, damn it, how is this possible? The two-headed dragon was dumbfounded, not daring to believe it. That was the lightning of destruction, and it carried an extremely strong aura of destruction. However, it was easily destroyed by the other party. How did the other party do it? Damn it! How much ancient power do you have? At this moment, the two-headed dragon's body trembled. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated the other party too much. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Not good, run. The dragon swung its tail, tore the void, and turned around to escape. Lin Xian looked at the other party's fleeing figure, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He raised the Fire Qilin sword and stabbed out. A fire dragon spewed out, turning into a divine light that directly pierced through the other party's body. No. Boom! A miserable scream, accompanied by a corpse, resounded in the sky. The huge dragon's body was split in half. The two heads were smashed into pieces, but the soul didn't escape. Chapter 2956. Haha, I'll steal you now. Dark Red roared with laughter and kept the huge dragon corpse. Lin Xian stood in the air as he coldly asked, who else had acted earlier? He looked at the 10,000 ancient beasts. The ancient beasts were trembling. Most of them were prostrating on the ground, while a small number of them were gritting their teeth. Damn it, the three royals are here. You're dead meat. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was split open. Lin Xian's voice was cold as streaks of sword qi burst forth. Is that so? Then, let's see if the royal family in your eyes can save you. Those who resisted were killed mercilessly by the sword Qi. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the god of death. The remaining ancient beasts were completely subdued. Their bodies were trembling, and many of them fainted. Even the elites of the human race were the same. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, Brother Wu Hua, thank you for your help. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Xian was extremely grateful to the three of them. If not for their help, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu would have been in even more danger. I believe the ancient royals should be in the next region. I'll open the passage to the third region now. Lin Xian turned to the flaming pagoda and formed hand seals. 9 suns split the heavens. The blazing Qilin sword surged forward and split the flaming pagoda in half. The purple sea of flames within the flaming pagoda spun continuously, forming a purple spatial gate. They just had to enter the spatial gate. Lin Xian turned and said to Yi Wu Dao and the others. Then he led Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, the Crimson Dragon, and the people from Immortal Hall forward quickly. After entering the purple spatial gate, they disappeared. Behind them, Yi Wu Dao and the others took a deep breath. Let's go too. Gu Santong Wu Hua and the others did the same. They led their own people and flew forward quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were sent to the next region by the purple spatial gate. The flames here were even more monstrous. The architecture was even more spectacular. After coming out, the Crimson Dragon couldn't wait to ask, "Boy, how strong are you now?" That was way too powerful. He was truly stunned. One had to know that he had fought with the two-headed dragon for a long time. Although he could suppress the other party, it was still very troublesome to completely kill the other party. However, Lin Xian had arrived and killed him with a single slash. Even the Crimson Dragon was shocked by such means. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "I've already reached 50,000 Archean powers." What? 50,000 Archean powers? Hearing these words, the dragon jumped up. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Peacock and the rest were even more shocked. 50,000 Archean powers. It was no wonder that the two-headed dragon and the female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave both had 40,000 Archean power. As for Lin Xian, he had reached 50,000 units of Archean power. No wonder he could kill the other party so easily. With a difference of 1,000 units of Archean power, he could defeat the other party. With a difference of 3,000 units of Archean power, he could suppress the other party. Not to mention 10,000 units of Archean power. "Boy, what have you been through?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said, "I took the Fire Spirit Pearl and absorbed the energy inside. It improved my dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body. That was why my strength had undergone a drastic change." Indeed, Lin Xian had absorbed the energy of the Fire Spirit Pearl in that mysterious space, allowing his 9-yang divine body to enter the 4th level directly. His dragon sword soul had also been greatly improved. That was why his strength had undergone such a drastic change. 50,000 Archean powers. Boy, you're defying the heavens. I don't think many people are your match. The Crimson Dragon was too excited. At this rate, they had a high chance of obtaining the heavenly flame. Lin Xian nodded, but he had doubts in his heart. Was the Fire Spirit Pearl the so-called heavenly flame? Did he not know? Or was there an even more terrifying heavenly flame in the depths of Heavenly Flame City? He needed to find out all of this. On the other side, in front of the terrifying palace, the Fire Dragon King, the 9th Lord Feng Yinxue, the 7th Lord Homujin, and the geniuses of the 3 royal families were all standing there. They looked ahead, extremely excited. Homujin heaved a sigh of relief. They had broken through. Previously, the 3 royal families had finally reached an agreement after a tense confrontation. Once they entered, the Fire Qilin cave would get 40% of the treasures, while the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge would each get 30%. Both sides had agreed, so Humujin led the three royal families and began to break the array. After a difficult break, they finally tore a hole in the array in front of them. The hole was only 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was very small, but it was enough for everyone to enter. Let's go. Humujin took a deep breath. The hole could only stay there for 30 minutes. After that, it would be restored again. After we enter, those people behind us probably won't be able to enter at all. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. As he spoke, Humujin took the lead and led the geniuses of the Fire Qilin cave forward. They turned into flames and disappeared into the array. Let's go too. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Inxue also led their people and set off. After they left, a figure walked out. He was as tall as a fiend god. He looked at the broken array in front of him and did not say anything. His body and mind shook as he directly rushed in. If a human cultivator was here, he would definitely scream, because he was the South Emperor Yin Nantian. After him, the #1 prodigy of the war tribe also came. He looked ahead, sneered, and also quickly disappeared. After entering the mysterious palace, Humujin led his people and quickly advanced. Behind them, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge followed closely. Seeing this scene, Humujin's delicate face was expressionless, but his heart was somewhat gloomy. Damn it, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge were really haunting him. They knew a lot about Sky Flame City, so they naturally knew where the treasures were. If they kept bringing the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge, there would definitely be a great battle. This was not what Humujin wanted to see. However, he could not shake them off because they were not weaker than him. Moreover, they were all ancient royal families and had many trump cards. However, he was unwilling to lead these two groups to search for treasures. Although they were all ancient royal families and seemed to be working together, in reality, there were many conflicts between the 10,000 ancient races. Especially these royal families, they were even more serious and competitive with each other. One had to know that their princes and princesses would definitely have a battle in the future. Moreover, it was a battle of life and death. How could they coexist peacefully? According to the records of the ancient emperor, there were 3 treasures in Sky Flame City. Chapter 2957. Those 3 treasures were the Qilint's Eye, the Heavenly Fire, and the Void Divine Furnace. The Qilint's Eye is of the same origin as us, so only we can get it. It's impossible for the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Phoenix Ridge to get it. However, it might not be the case for the Heavenly Fire and the Void Divine Furnace. The Qilin Crown Prince asked us to bring the Void Divine Furnace back. 7th Generation Master, what should we do? The genius of the Fire Qilin Cave asked. After Humujin heard this, he sighed. He thought that things would be simple, but now it seemed that it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Just breaking the formation outside and coming in has cost us too many of our trump cards. And this was the outermost array formation. One could imagine how difficult it would be to obtain the Void Divine Furnace. I'm afraid that I only have a 10% chance of taking it out. However, I have a 70% chance of obtaining the Heavenly Fire. Humujin said, let's get the Heavenly Fire first, and then see if we can get the Void Divine Furnace. If we really can't get it, we will return with the Heavenly Fire. I don't think the Crown Prince will blame us too much. All right. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave nodded, and one of the young men revealed a cold smile. 7th Generation Master, why don't we play a small trick and let the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Phoenix Ridge fight for the Void Divine Furnace? When the time comes, let them kill each other or be killed by the array formation. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The people of the Fire Qilin Cave were thinking of a way to kill the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Emperor Ridge. On the other side, outside, Lin Xian and the others walked in. What a majestic palace! It was even more terrifying than what they had seen before. From the looks of it, it seemed to have been passed down from ancient times. Seeing this scene, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The array formation had been broken. It seemed that the people of the 3 ancient royal families had already entered. What are we waiting for? Let's go in directly. The Crimson Dragon couldn't wait any longer. He was an expert in array formations, so he could tell at a glance that the cracks in the array formation wouldn't last long. He estimated that it would be completely healed in half an incense stick's time. Looking at the power of the array formation, it won't be easy for us to open it. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he sensed the power within. Then he said, Peacock, don't go in. The flames inside are too strong. You can go outside and search for other opportunities. Yes. Peacock and the rest answered respectfully. That was indeed the case. Even as they stood outside, they felt a sense of trepidation. The energy inside was simply too terrifying. Even if they went in, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long before they were forced to retreat in defeat. Thus, it was better for them to search for opportunities outside. Alternatively, they could return to the top 3 regions to search for opportunities. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also gave instructions to the people from their respective sacred grounds. Most of the people from the Purple Sun, Sacred Land, and the Jade Lake, Sacred Land stayed behind. However, there were a few people who wanted to give it a try. Lin Xian didn't care about any of this. The dangerous flames inside were not something that ordinary people could withstand. After giving instructions, Lin Xian led the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu into the crack in the array formation. Behind them, the previous Holy Son of the Purple Sun, Sacred Land, gritted his teeth as a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he roared and charged in as well. Of course, there were 2 other figures following him. Most of the others stayed behind. They were prepared to go to other places to search for opportunities. Not long after, Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong Wu Hua, and the other sacred grounds and sects of the human race arrived. When they arrived, they looked at the palace in front of them and sighed in amazement. The fiery aura made their souls tremble. At this moment, Peacock stood up and said to Yi Wu Dao and the others, Holy Sun Yi, our Hall Master, has informed us that the array formation is cracked and won't last long. Moreover, it's extremely dangerous inside. We hope that Holy Sun Yi and the others can make a decision as soon as possible. Hearing this, the humans were stunned. Yi Wu Dao and the others' eyes flickered. He said, Thank you for the information. He knew that this was a reminder from Lin Xian. Soon, Yi Wu Dao and the others made a decision. You guys stay here. It's too dangerous inside. I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous for you guys. Yi Wu Dao decided to go alone. On the other side, Gu Santong Wu Hua and the others did the same. These top prodigies decided to go in. As for the others, they were prepared to stay outside. One by one, the figures entered quickly. Finally, the crack slowly closed. The entire array formation once again emitted a terrifying aura. After Lin Xian and the others entered the crack, they completely entered the mysterious palace. They were in a vast hall supported by 16 heavenly pillars. There were 9 passageways around them that led in different directions. Everything inside was grand and majestic. Everything carried a monstrous fiery aura. The flames made the Crimson Dragon and the others have to pay attention. Why do I feel like this is a little like the palace of the fire god? Shen Jingqiu whispered. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. This place was simply too strange. Strange beasts were carved on the pillars of flame. It was as if they were alive. It gave them a very uncomfortable feeling. Forget it. Let's go. Lin Xian said, waving his hand. He wanted to see what treasures were in this mysterious palace. One had to know that he had obtained the Fire Spirit Pearl in the 3rd area. The treasures in the 4th area should be even more precious than the Fire Spirit Pearl. Boom! Just as Murong Qingqing was about to ask which passageway to take, a low voice suddenly came from afar. Following that, flames rushed out from one of the passageways like a giant dragon. Someone was fighting. It should be the three from the ancient theocrats. He wondered if they were fighting because they couldn't split the loot evenly, or if they had encountered the array formation's trap. The Crimson Dragon said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He knew more about the Fire Spirit Cave. Therefore, he was right to follow him. Lin Xian and the other three flew toward the third passageway on the left. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, Yi Wu Dao and the others also came in. When they saw the huge palace and the 9 passageways, they all frowned. It seemed that they could only rely on their own luck. Wu Hua shrugged and walked in after finding a passageway. See you later, everyone. Yi Wu Dao and Gu Santong nodded and found their own passageways. The Alcade Sage, Wu Qin, and the others also took their own passageways. In the third passageway on the left, Lin Xian and the others walked carefully. They didn't want to be discovered by the people in front. Qing Qing took out the feather. Murong Qing Qing took out a flame feather and covered them. All of a sudden, these people disappeared into the void. This feather was a treasure that they had obtained from the crimson-winged race's prodigy. It could hide them from their enemies. This was the perfect time for them. Chapter 2958. The group slowly set off. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at the front. He discovered that the area in front of him was a mess. Countless fragments were scattered everywhere, and there was a terrifying aura lingering on them. From the looks of it, it must have been the 3 ancient theocrats who had broken one of the tremor mechanisms. Are those puppets? Lin Xian looked at an arm made of metal and was extremely surprised. His figure flashed as he wanted to grab this thing and study it. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from afar. Who is it? Get out here. Oh no, we've been discovered. The Crimson Dragon was stunned. Murong Qing Qing and Xin Jingqiu were also extremely nervous. Lin Xian frowned. He said, I'll go out. The 3 of you continue to hide. Don't attack again and stay by my side. Okay. The Crimson Dragon and the others nodded. Lin Xian's expression was extremely grave. He did not expect the people from the immemorial royal families to be so powerful. He had been discovered as soon as he came out. Fortunately, Murong Qing Qing and the others did not attack, so they could still hide. Who's behind us? Get out here quickly, or I'll attack you mercilessly. The cold voice came again with an extremely powerful flame aura. It seemed that they had been discovered by the people from Fire Chilin Cave. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he charged forward in a flash. He did not hide anymore. He turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared into the passage. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon and the others kept a safe distance. They followed carefully. This time, they did not release any aura. Other than Lin Xian, no one knew of their existence. Lin Xian was very fast, so he soon arrived in front of them. In the next moment, he was stunned. That was because, at that moment, there was a great hall in front of him. However, the great hall was too vast, as if it was on the other side of the universe. On the walls of the great hall, there were all kinds of reliefs. They looked like statues of gods and demons that looked down on the world. There were many figures with powerful auras in front of him, but in the great hall, they were like ants. They were almost ignored. However, Lin Xian still noticed it at a glance. They were from the 3 ancient imperial families. The 3 primeval theocrats naturally saw Lin Xian as well. The next moment, they frowned. A human brat, and Lin Xian no less. Brat, I didn't expect it to be you. You actually came here on your own. Just nice, I'll kill you here. Many Archean prodigies sneered. Among them, the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons were incomparably ferocious. The Fire Dragon King stared at Lin Xian with a fiery gaze. He knew that Lin Xian had the incomparably mystical, great dragon sword soul in his body. He must find a way to get it. The people of the Divine Emperorage were just as excited. Not only that, They looked around in disappointment to see if Morong Chingching had arrived, but they didn't notice. The geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave looked at Lin Xian and sneered. A mere human and wants to compete with us for treasures? You really don't know what's good for you. Originally, I wanted to let you go, but since you're here, then obediently die for me. These people were ferocious. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Of course, they didn't know what happened in the third area. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have such an attitude. At the back, in a corner, the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu were covered by mysterious feathers, blocking their auras. No one noticed. At this moment, seeing the arrogant expressions of the 10,000 ancient races, these guys were really courting death. The Crimson Dragon sneered. That's right. Xin Jingqiu was also angry. How powerful was Lin Xian? He could definitely kill them instantly. Morong Qingqing said nervously, "Let's be careful and not expose ourselves." In front, Lin Xian was threatened by so many people, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was very calm as he looked around and said indifferently, "If you want to take my life, let's see if you have the ability." I'll kill you." A domineering voice appeared in the sky. It was like a god of war as a palm pressed down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter. The number one genius of the war race. Zhan Wushuang. Many Archean geniuses exclaimed. They didn't expect that the other party would come too. Lin Xian frowned. The other party dared to attack him? He was courting death. He snorted coldly and was about to attack. At this moment, the 7th generation lord shouted coldly, "Stop!" He waved his hand and directly shot out a flame that turned into boundless flames and blocked Zhan Wushuang's palm. What was going on? The surrounding people were puzzled. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and the Emperor Ridge were stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. How could this guy be so kind? In the sky, Zhan Wushuang also frowned. His cold voice sounded, "Why? Could it be that you want to protect this kid? I don't care about your feud with him, but you can't fight here now." Huimuzhen said coldly. He looked at the sculptures around him. When you attacked, they were still emitting a peerless killing intent. Do you think Sky Flame City is so simple? This starry sky hall contains countless killing intent. If you act rashly here and activate the Peerless Array formation, all of us will die here. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. They looked around at the god-fiend sculptures and trembled. Indeed, this starry sky hall was too terrifying. It gave them a feeling of endless desolation. Zhan Wushuang's eyes flickered after hearing that, but he didn't attack. All right, I'll let him live first. I'll take his life after we leave this starry sky hall. Zhan Wushuang was very domineering. After that attack, he didn't attack again. Below, the geniuses of the 3 ancient royal families were whispering. This Zhan Wushuang was too arrogant. That's right. How dare he be so domineering in front of us? Many of the ancient theocrats were extremely displeased. After all, no matter how strong the war race was, they were only a royal family. On the other hand, they were royalty. However, some people frowned. This Zhan Wushuang was incredible. Judging from the way he attacked just now, he had at least 45,000 units of Archean power. Moreover, it was probably not his full strength. A casual attack had 45,000 units of Archean power? Many people gasped when they heard that. That was too terrifying. They estimated that the other party's full strength was at least 48,000 units of Archean power. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. One had to know that even the strongest geniuses of the royal family only had about 40,000 units of Archean power. For example, the 2-headed dragon and the female genius of the Fire Qilin Cave both had 40,000 units of Archean power. Zhan Wushuang was clearly superior to some of the ancient royal family geniuses. Of course, compared to the Fire Dragon King, the 9th generation and the 7th generation, he should still be a little weaker. However, There was no doubt that he could crush this kid. Chapter 2959. That's right, this kid probably didn't even have 40,000 Archean power. That was for sure. After using all his trump cards, he probably only had 39,000 Archean power. After all, it was so difficult for him to kill by Chen Shan previously. The people of the three archaic empires discussed animatedly. 39,000 Archean power was very strong, but in front of them it couldn't cause any waves. Of course, this was only their guess about Lin Xian. They were only guessing based on Lin Xian's previous battle results. They didn't know what happened in the third area previously. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't think so. Let's go. In front, Huimuzhen led the people of the Fire Qilin Cave and quickly set off. The people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge followed closely. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang also followed silently. A wisp of his aura was locked onto Lin Xian. It seemed that he was afraid that Lin Xian would escape. Seeing the scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. This Zhan Wushuang really didn't know what was good for him. If the other party dared to make a move against him, he wouldn't mind letting the other party experience the taste of despair. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes. That was because, through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there were actually a few figures hiding in the dark. It seemed that there were many experts who came in this time. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His figure flickered, and he quickly followed. He wondered what treasures were inside. Gradually, Lin Xian frowned. This hall was too big. They had been flying for nearly an incense stick's worth of time, but they still hadn't flown out of the hall. The surroundings were very dark and even a little oppressive. Above and around them were those mysterious statues. They were cold. There was an indescribable aura. Suddenly, a low voice sounded, as if a beast was howling, as if a demon had just awakened. As soon as this voice sounded, the people of the three archaic empires stopped in their tracks. They were bewildered. What happened? Did someone appear again? Many archaic paragons frowned. Huimuzhen's expression changed. Not good. Be careful. I'm afraid that some array formation mechanism has been activated. Array formation? Those archaic creatures were facing a great enemy. The power in their bodies was circulating, ready to erupt at any time. They were indeed nervous. The universe, starry sky, great lightning hall was simply too strange. After flying for so long, he still couldn't fly out. One could only imagine how terrifying the formations here were. Lin Xian also frowned. A golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked around. His heart pounded wildly because he discovered that the surrounding fiend god relief sculptures had actually changed. Quite a few of them had savage looks on their faces. They pressed their hands against the wall, as if they were going to leap out at any moment. No way could these reliefs be alive. Lin Xian was shocked. The surrounding ancient theocrats also noticed this scene and cried out in surprise. Boom! Boom! Finally, under everyone's horrified gazes, those fiend god relief sculptures rushed out. They stood in the void like fiend gods that had come into being. His cold eyes stared down at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, this should be a puppet. The prodigies cried out in alarm. The archaic creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons also had solemn expressions. Judging from their auras, I have a feeling that they have at least 40,000 units of Archean power. It was about time. It was indeed a terrifying array puppet. Many people's hearts sank. Lin Xian was also speechless. About 40,000 units of Archean power was about the same level as the two-headed dragon and the Fire Qilin Cave's prodigies. And this was just the relief sculpture puppets. Fortunately, he did not let Peacock and the others in. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist at all. Indeed, there were not many relief sculptures in the sky, but it made the three archaic theocrats feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Boom! 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 A fiend god relief sculpture had a pair of fiendish wings and a single horn on its head. It held a stone spear in its hand. It walked towards the people from the Fire Chilin cave. Those who did not know would think that it was a member of the 10,000 ancient races. Oh no, it's coming. The archaic creatures from the Fire Chilin cave had solemn expressions. Huamujin, on the other hand, sneered. He pointed with his finger. Whoosh! Boom! A small flame flew out from his fingertip. It was so small that it was almost negligible. However, when they came into contact with the relief sculpture puppets, they exploded with a loud bang and turned into a sea of flames. Crack! 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 Rumbling sounds came from the fiend god relief sculpture. Countless cracks appeared, and then it shattered with a loud bang. Killed in one move. This scene made the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine phoenix ridge suck in a breath of cold air. They stared at Huamujin, and their scalps went numb. As expected of the 7th generation lord, his methods were too terrifying. That's right, someone with 40,000 archaic power was easily killed by him in one move. What level had his strength reached? Needless to say, he definitely had 50,000 archaic power. However, no one knew how much he had reached. Tell me, between him and our Fire Dragon King, who do you think is stronger? These people discussed animatedly. As they spoke, the Fire Dragon King also made his move. Dragon shadows filled his body, accompanying his fist as he punched forward. In an instant, the 2 fiend god relief sculptures were killed. This scene was also extremely shocking. This Fire Dragon King was so strong. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Fist. This was a great divine ability of the Dragon Clan, and he had cultivated it to such a level. The people from the Fire Chilin cave also had solemn expressions. The people from the nest of 10,000 dragons were smug. It seemed that their Fire Dragon King was still stronger. On the other side, Feng Inxue of the Divine Phoenix Ridge also made her move. She directly took out a jade flute and gently blew it. A mysterious sound wave rushed out. Crack! Crack! Similarly, a fiend god relief sculpture that was charging over was torn into pieces. This fiend god relief sculpture seemed to contain a mysterious power. Feng Inxue waved her palm, and flames flew out to collect the fragments. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Huamujin did the same. They also collected these fragments and brought them back to study. Perhaps they could create such a fiend god puppet. That's great. The people from the 3 ancient royal families heaved a sigh of relief. With these 3 super geniuses taking action, they had no fear at all. Behind them, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. It had to be said that the Fire Dragon King and the other 2 were too strong, far surpassing the 2-headed dragon from before. They were probably stronger than Zhan Wushuang. That was interesting. Lin Xian was very interested in these people. He yearned to fight with these people. Of course, now was not the time. He had to hide his strength now and follow behind silently. When he found the real treasure, he would strike like lightning. Along the way, Huamujin, the Fire Dragon King, and Feng Inxue led the way. The fiend god puppets they encountered were all destroyed by them. After killing about 20 fiend god puppets, they walked for a long time. No matter what, it was about time to go out. Chapter 2960. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that Skyflame City was too strange. There were a total of 9 passages, and this was only one of them. Yet there were so many terrifying puppets. A single puppet was equivalent to 40,000 Archean powers. The hall was vast and boundless, and there were hundreds of thousands of fiend gods and demons. If all the fiend gods and demons were to be revived, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not be able to escape. Fortunately, it seemed that most of the fiend gods and demons did not react. Only a few fiend gods and demons struggled to crawl out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Who in the world built this heavenly fire city? Was it a super saint or a terrifying great emperor? The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others were even more shocked. It was especially so for Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu, who were both stunned. Were all puppets so powerful? The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, I really want to get the fragments of those puppets. Indeed, it was very tempting to him. He guessed that there was probably a mysterious formation inside those puppets. If he could study it thoroughly, then his attainments in array formations would be greatly improved. However, he could not get it yet. No, I have to think of a way to get that kid to give me some. The Crimson Dragon muttered softly. Moreover, there were also exclamations of surprise because they realized that they were about to reach the end. The front was no longer as empty as before. A passage had appeared again. It seemed to be a passage to leave the vast hall. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his heart pounded wildly. Why did he feel that danger was about to descend? He activated his heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. Soon he stared ahead. There were 2 statues in the passage ahead. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. If the 2 statues suddenly appeared at any other time, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. However, the 3 ancient theocrats were already numb to it. The entire starry hall was densely packed with hundreds of thousands of fiend gods and demons. Every one of them was more ferocious and terrifying than those 2. Therefore, they didn't care at all. However, Lin Xian was different. As he possessed the heavenly secret god eyes, he was naturally able to discover the difference between the 2 statues. He discovered that these 2 statues contained a terrifying power that far surpassed the previous puppets. Moreover, this power was becoming more and more berserk, and it seemed like it was about to explode. It was just that it was calm on the surface. Most likely, no one in the entire hall would notice it except for him. There must be danger. Lin Xian unconsciously slowed down his footsteps. He didn't want to remind these people, nor did he want to bear the inexplicable danger. Just as well. Let the formation mechanism deal a heavy blow to the 3 immemorial dynasties. Let's see if these people will still be so arrogant then. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the passageway ahead. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, so no one paid any attention to Lin Xian. Even Zhan Wushuang, who was above, did not care. Although Lin Xian's speed had slowed down, he still hadn't escaped his range. Humph! Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Through the heavenly secret god eyes, he knew that the 2 fiend gods and demons would soon attack. Indeed, in the next moment, the 2 fiend gods and demons on both sides of the passageway suddenly launched an attack. The 2 fiend gods and demons instantly came to life. The tails behind them turned into long spears that pierced through the void. Poof! The void split open as the 2 tails swept across. In an instant, some immemorial creatures were sent flying. There were even people who were split in half. Not good. Hua Muzhin's expression changed because he was from the Fire Qilin cave. At this moment, they were the ones being attacked. Not only were the creatures behind him injured, but he was also enveloped by the black shadow. Get lost! Hua Muzhin roared and struck out with his palm. He was the 7th generation descendant. His strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary immemorial prodigies. At this moment, under his furious roar, a terrifying energy burst forth as runes flashed across the sky and instantly blasted forward. Boom! Poof! Such terrifying energy could directly kill an ordinary immemorial prodigy, but it couldn't block the attack of the black shadow. With a puffed sound, the runes were pierced and blood splattered out. This time, it directly pierced through Hua Muzhin's shoulder. This scene stunned everyone. Even the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine phoenix ridge behind them were stunned. Hua Muzhin was injured. That was the 7th generation descendant. He was extremely powerful. His ancient power had reached 50,000, suppressing all the others. Such a terrifying person was actually injured. Who was the one who did it? Was it the fiend god puppet? They didn't dare to imagine. Quickly defend. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also shouted angrily. However, just as their voices sounded, someone beside them screamed. Among them, in the fire-Chilan cave, a dragon-like creature with black wings was instantly pierced through the head. On the divine Emperor Ridge's side, a beautiful woman was split in half. Her eyes were wide open. That was because, even at the moment of her death, she did not manage to clearly see what had attacked her. Seeing this scene, the front was in chaos. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang and a few figures in the darkness frowned. In the distance, the crimson dragon and the others' hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, it was too dangerous. Fortunately, someone took the lead. They felt a lingering fear. Lin Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes, but he sneered in his heart, because all of this was within his expectations. However, the only thing that surprised him was that the attacks of these two fiend god puppets were too terrifying. They could actually injure Huomuzhen. It had to be said that Sky Flame City was really full of fatal dangers. The fire-Chilan cave was at the front, so it was attacked the most fiercely. In an instant, another two heavenly secrets of the fire-Chilan cave were killed. This scene made Huomuzhen instantly turn ferocious. He roared angrily, "Retreat!" At the same time, he charged towards the black shadow. Buzz! Fiery red runes flickered on his body, and a red-long saber appeared in his hand. He held it and slashed forward. Clang! The red-long saber swept across the sky, and terrifying killing intent and runes flickered as it tried to split the opponent in half. However, such a terrifying saber only made a clanging sound when it struck the fiend god puppet in front of him. It only made a crack, but it didn't split the opponent in half. So powerful? Huomuzhen's pupils constricted. It wasn't that he hadn't killed these fiend god puppets before. Although these puppets were powerful, they couldn't withstand a single blow from him. He could kill them with just a casual blow. However, the puppet in front of him was clearly different. The opponent was very strong and could injure him. Moreover, its defense was even more shocking. His powerful saber didn't pose a fatal threat to the opponent. Not good. This thing is troublesome. Attack together. Chapter 2961. The Fire Dragon King also roared angrily. After all, this puppet was a huge threat to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. The dragon blood on the Fire Dragon King's body surged, drowning the entire world. At this moment, he was like a giant dragon that had been born. No one could stop him. He punched out. A terrifying fist accompanied by a dragon's roar blasted towards the god-fiend puppet. With a clang, the fist landed squarely on the puppet's body. The puppet was forced back a few steps. A few terrifying cracks appeared on its body, and it almost split apart. However, this puppet was not human after all. It did not feel pain at all. If it were a martial artist, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced after suffering such a heavy injury. They would be in so much pain that they would die. However, these puppets did not react at all. Their attacks did not weaken at all. Whoosh! They opened their mouths and spat out endless flames that swept in all directions. Huomuzhen snorted coldly. His body also ignited endless flames that turned into a Chilan to resist. The Fire Dragon King did the same. On the other side, Feng Yinxue also made her move. She urged her jade flute to launch a mysterious sound wave attack. At the same time, a pair of blue divine wings grew out from her back. She was using the ice element to attack. The puppet was of the fire element, so the fire attack did not cause much damage to it. As she spoke, the pair of blue ice wings spat out ice and snow that filled the sky, instantly freezing the entire world. Half-saint artifact, frost wings. Many ancient creatures screamed in surprise. Divine Phoenix Ridge, Phoenix Clan. In addition to the Fire Phoenix, there were also Ice Phoenixes in the clan. Although Feng Yinxue was a Fire Phoenix, she had the half-saint artifact, left behind by Bing Feng after his death. This pair of blue wings was it. At this moment, it could really freeze everything. The three top prodigies attacked the two god-fiend puppets. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. The surrounding three ancient royal creatures quickly retreated. Lin Xian also retreated to the side. He sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others, telling them to follow from afar and not to get close. After a great battle, the two puppets in front of them were shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The three ancient royal family members had gloomy expressions. This was especially true for Huomuzhen and the other two. Although they had killed their opponents, they were not happy at all. Due to their carelessness, the three royal families had lost some geniuses. Even Huomuzhen had been injured. One had to know that this was simply too inconceivable. Who could injure top geniuses like them? This was only within the palace, and the time to obtain the treasures had yet to arrive. Who knew how terrifying the dangers would be at that time? Everyone's heart was heavy. Huomuzhen harumphed coldly as he collected the corpses of the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Grotto. At the same time, he collected a portion of the fragments of the fiend god Golem. The same was true for the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. They would not allow the corpses of geniuses to be spread outside. After doing all this, Huomuzhen said coldly, "Everyone from Fire Qilin Cave, follow closely behind me." This time, they couldn't afford to be careless. Not only the Fire Qilin Cave, but the people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and the Divine Emperorage were also on high alert. Even Zhan Wushuang, who was in the sky, had a serious look on his face. Lin Xian, who was following behind, sneered. All of this was similar to what he had expected. Once again, he silently followed behind. Finally, the group of people left the Universe Starry Hall. After passing through the long passage, the front gradually became brighter. After exiting the passage, everyone exclaimed. This was no longer a palace, but a garden. Inside, rockery, flowing water, waterfalls, and all kinds of rare herbs were everywhere. However, most of them were ornamental and had no medicinal value. This made the people from the three primeval empires sigh. At the front, Huomuzhen's eyes flickered, and a mysterious light appeared in his eyes. Soon he arrived near a rockery and stood there with his hands behind his back. It was as if he was sensing something. This scene attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. The Fire Dragon King asked, "Why is Brother Muzhen interested in the scenery here?" He didn't believe that this was just an ordinary scenery. With Huomuzhen's identity, what kind of scenery had he not seen? Why would he stay beside a rockery for so long? Could it be that there was some treasure here? Huomuzhen turned his head and revealed his white teeth. "It's nothing. I'm used to seeing mountains and rivers. It's not bad to look at small bridges and rivers." As he said that, he smiled slightly and walked away with the people of the Fire Qilin Cave. Humph! The Fire Dragon King narrowed his eyes, while Feng Yinxue snorted. She also walked over. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a shocking light, and countless runes shrouded the rockery. It seemed that she wanted to see through everything. However, after looking for a long time, she didn't find anything unusual. In the end, she could only leave resentfully. The Fire Dragon King also probed and found nothing. Even Zhan Wushuang and a few people hiding in the dark did the same. They also quickly followed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that Huomuzhen did this for no reason, unless he wanted to confuse them. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and observed silently. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. The aura in the garden was a little strange. It seemed normal, but he discovered that there seemed to be a strange energy here. Sure enough, at that moment, the Crimson Dragon also transmitted his voice to him. He directly used the disc array, so it was more covert than a voice transmission. It would be difficult for those people to discover it. The Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, you found something." This garden contained an astonishing array formation. An array Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Was it a killing array? Damn it, was Huomuzhen trying to kill them with a borrowed knife? It was not a killing array, but a teleportation array. Moreover, it was a very ancient teleportation array. It seemed that it had not been activated for tens of thousands of years. However, the entire array was complete. It could be activated as long as energy was injected. A teleportation array. Lin Xian was surprised. The Crimson Dragon's attainments in array formations were very high. He definitely wouldn't be mistaken. He thought about Huomuzhen's previous actions and immediately understood. Huomuzhen must have been sensing whether the teleportation array was complete or not. It seemed that he had already thought of a way out. Lin Xian sneered. He guessed that Huomuzhen wanted to use the teleportation array to quickly escape from everyone's pursuit after obtaining the heavenly fire. Rizalong, can you change the array? Make it ineffective. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The Crimson Dragon was stunned, then silently became ecstatic. Kid, are you trying to trick him? Great, I've been wanting to do that for a long time, but I have to study it. Lin Xian said that there was no need to make too big of a move. Just change 1 or 2 key positions so that he wouldn't be able to activate it. In a hurry, he would not investigate it carefully. Also, Lin Xian said don't break it. We might have to use it when the time comes. Chapter 2962. Don't worry, leave the array to me. The Crimson Dragon smiled cunningly. He began to quietly set up the teleportation array. The array was very old, but the Crimson Dragon was very skilled in it. He needed to change it a little. Therefore, it did not take long for him to change the teleportation array. Apart from them and Lin Xian, no one else knew about it. Morong Qingqing secretly smiled. I want to know how the people of the Fire Chilin Cave will react when they find out that the teleportation array is no longer working. They'll probably vomit blood. Shen Jingqiu was also looking forward to it. Let's follow them. The Crimson Dragon and the other 2 quietly followed behind. As they moved forward, it became even more dangerous. One of the prodigies of the Divine Emperor Ridge accidentally activated the mechanism and was immediately pierced by a flying sword. His soul was instantly destroyed. This scene made the others even more terrified. It was too terrifying. There were dangers everywhere in Skyfar City. They might be killed mercilessly at any time. Once the mechanism was activated, very few people could escape. Huomuzhen and the others slowed down, especially Huomuzhen. The image of a fire Qilin circled around him as if he was facing a great enemy. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Inxue looked solemn. They knew that perhaps the legendary Heavenly Flame was not far away. Therefore, they also activated the power of their bloodlines, ready to attack at any time. The people of the 3 Imperials also looked very solemn. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The sword qi in his body surged, and the heavenly god eye shone with a mysterious light. Finally, after walking for another 2 hours, something changed in front of them. It was a magnificent mountain, and there was a cave at the foot of the mountain. There were 2 stone doors at the entrance of the cave. The 2 stone doors were closed, and the mountain was like a divine volcano emitting a terrifying aura. Even the Fire Dragon King and the others felt their eyelids twitch. They felt a tremor in their souls. How terrifying! Lin Xian looked up in surprise. Through the heavenly god eye, he saw that the huge mountain carried an extremely powerful force. That was the power of the origin of fire between heaven and earth. Is this the place? Was there a terrifying heavenly fire buried here? The surrounding Archean prodigies discussed fervently. Huomuzhen looked at the cave in front of him with a fiery light in his eyes. On the stone door of the cave, there was a mysterious flame rune. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were dancing divine flames. Have we arrived? Huomuzhen's face was expressionless, but his heart was wild with joy. According to the ancient texts left behind by their ancient emperor, they knew that there should be a terrifying heavenly flame buried in the cave. However, he did not dare to be careless at all. Although there were no ancient books left behind to tell him how dangerous it was inside, he knew that it was definitely much more dangerous than the outside based on the formations and mechanisms he had encountered along the way. If he wasn't careful, he might die here. Behind him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Inshue also walked up. Among them, the Flame Dragon King clapped his hands and laughed loudly. As expected of the Fire Qilin Cave's 7th generation Great One, his divine bravery was unparalleled. He was actually able to find the place where the heavenly fire was buried. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and open the cave entrance. Next to him, Feng Inshue also could not wait. Huimuzhen snorted coldly. He did not say anything. Since they had already come here, it was impossible to retreat. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's do it together, the two of you." As he said that, the three of them pressed their palms on the red stone door. As the three of them unleashed their powers, the red stone door slowly opened. The heavenly fire that was originally dancing on the stone door was also divided into two. "It's open! It's finally open!" Behind them, the archaic creatures were extremely excited. Even Lin Xian became nervous. He could not help but clench his fists. Squeak! He looked forward in surprise. At this moment, the stone door was completely open, revealing the scene inside. However, it was different from the cave he had imagined. It did not seem to be a cave, nor was it a palace or a pavilion. Instead, it was a strange scene. Could it be that this was a paradise in the human world? Heavens! Could this be a mysterious space that fell from the immortal realm? The archaic creatures also screamed. That was because the inside was too beautiful. It was completely different from what they had imagined. It was definitely a paradise. Not to mention them, even Huimuzhen was stunned. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Inshue were also extremely surprised. Along the way, they had encountered too many dangers, formations, and traps. But now a paradise in the human world had suddenly appeared. It was difficult for them to adapt for a while. Huimuzhen looked forward and carefully sensed. Indeed, in this paradise he could feel a faint flame power. It should be the legendary heavenly fire. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and was the first to enter. After him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Inshue also entered, unwilling to fall behind. After the three apex heavenly secrets entered, they activated their king domains and bloodline power, as if they were facing a great enemy. After walking for a while, they did not find any danger, and the three of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When the 10,000 archaic creatures saw this scene, they were also happy. "Let's go." They all entered. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang snorted coldly, turned into a golden stream of light, and quickly rushed in. On the other side, a few mysterious figures also entered. Lin Xian also walked in. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon and the other two also quietly followed in. After Lin Xian entered, he was speechless. He was surrounded by a celestial scene, but he could also sense a faint flame origin power. After entering, the 9 suns' divine fire in his body became cheerful. Dark nethergrass. Heavens, it was actually dark nethergrass. A prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed. This was a spiritual herb that no longer existed in the outside world. He was very excited. He turned into a dragon shadow and instantly rushed over to put away the dark nether grass. This scene made the surrounding archaic creatures extremely envious. Huimuzhen glanced at it and did not care. Although the dark nether grass was precious, compared to the heavenly fire, it was insignificant. His goal was the heavenly fire. As for the rest, he would not care. But gradually he changed his mind, because as the surrounding people dispersed, screams of surprise could be heard. Metal spirit fruit. Ink flower. F*CK. Could this be a king medicine? Screams could be heard. They realized that this was indeed a paradise on earth. The spirit medicines here were either extinct or king medicines. It was really enough to make people scream. This was a peerless treasure trove. Chapter 2963. Ha 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 ha, this is great. This is a great harvest. The 3 primordial royal family members were excited. Lin Xian was also delighted. He did not expect to encounter so many spirit herbs here. How could he miss it? With the yin-yang 8 steps, his speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! Whoosh! At once, he picked up 2 spiritual medicines that were extinct and 1 king-level medicine. This scene naturally won the dissatisfaction of the others. After all, although there were many spirit herbs here, they were not cabbages. The other party had snatched 3 of them at once. How could these people tolerate this? More importantly, the other party was not a member of the immemorial theocrats. He was merely a human ant. In their eyes, such a person was an existence that they could crush at any time. Previously, they did not kill the other party because they were worried about the formation outside. Now, there did not seem to be any peerless formation here, so they did not have to worry about it. Moreover, the other party was so reckless. It seemed that they had to take action and deal with this human brat in front of them. Do you think that we don't dare to make a move on you now? Without the formation, you are probably just an ant. Go to hell. Many primordial geniuses walked up and stared at Lin Xian with sinister sneers. Obediently hand over the spirit, herbs you obtained, and the great dragon sword soul. I can give you a quick death. I will give you the time of an incense stick to write down the cultivation method of the 9-yang divine body. Otherwise, I will break all the bones in your body. Kid, hand over the great dragon sword soul and the 9-yang divine body, and I can spare your life. I will let you be my servant, and after 1,000 years, I will set you free. These people sneered sinisterly and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian closed his eyes. Why? Finally couldn't help but make a move? It was a good time to exercise his muscles and bones. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. Courting death. When those people saw this scene, they roared angrily. The other party actually dared to take the initiative to attack them? Go, kill him! These people shouted coldly and directly attacked. 2 figures were like gods and demons. They stretched out their large palms and grabbed at Lin Xian. One of them had red claws. He was a genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The other was a prodigy of the fire Qilin cave. The flaming Qilin claw shone even brighter. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was so powerful. Why would he be afraid of these people? The light in his eyes flickered and turned into 2 beams of divine light that pierced through the void. The whole place began to tremble. Terrifying waves of air surged to the heavens. Bang, bang! The 2 primordial geniuses were sent flying. Their attacks were shattered, and their bodies were penetrated by the sword chi. What? How could he be so powerful? The surrounding ancient life forms all went crazy. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations. Damn it, let's attack together. These people acted quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he appeared, the sword in his hand flickered and enveloped these people. Ah! Cries of surprise rang out one after another as a sword mark appeared on each of their bodies. Not only that, but they also discovered that the spiritual herbs they had just plucked had also been snatched away by a monkey. Damn it, how dare you! These prodigies were so angry that they vomited blood. They originally wanted to rob the other party, but who would have thought that not only did they fail, but they were also robbed by the other party? Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras erupted. These ancient life forms gritted their teeth in anger. They finally stopped holding back. A terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth. Why do you want to fight? I don't mind playing with you. Lin Xian sneered. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, and a terrifying sword intent also erupted. Your opponent is me. I will kill you with my own hands. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang revealed a sinister smile. He couldn't wait any longer. However, at this moment, the Fire Dragon King, Huomuzhen, and Feng Yinxue frowned. Especially Huomuzhen. He discovered that after Lin Xian activated the 9 Yang divine body, a terrifying flame aura surged up from the ground. This made his expression turn solemn. The Fire Dragon King also said loudly, "All of you, stop!" As soon as he said this, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons retreated. Feng Yinxue also called back the people of the divine Phoenix Ridge. They said that it was better to obtain the heavenly fire first. After all, they were already at the last step. They wouldn't give up the heavenly fire for a human brat. "All right, I'll let you live a little longer then." Zhan Wushuang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked into the distance. The heavenly fire was equally tempting to him. Lin Xian sneered. This time he obtained another king medicine and 3 extinct spiritual herbs. To him, it could be said to be a great harvest. He happily stored these king medicine and spiritual herbs into the black earth. With his hands behind his back, he looked into the distance. He wasn't in a hurry. He would let these people fight first. After the heavenly fire came out, he would make a plan. In front of him, there was a majestic waterfall. However, what flowed in this waterfall was not water, but flames. Monstrous flames and lava poured down from it. The flame aura here was very dense. Below the waterfall was a large lake. It was also incomparably fiery red and filled with lava. Huimuzhen arrived in front of the flaming lake, his eyes flickering. He sensed that the heavenly fire was probably below. However, he didn't act rashly. The others didn't move either. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue's expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. They felt a sense of trepidation, as if the power below could tear them apart. "Brother Muzhen, don't hide anymore. Hurry up and do your best," the Fire Dragon King said in a deep voice. Feng Yinxue, who was beside him, also looked over. Huimuzhen sneered. "Do your best? Make a wedding dress for your disciple?" He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that when the heavenly fire appeared, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue would attack mercilessly. "Then what do you want?" Feng Yinxue frowned. Huimuzhen said it's simple. "Along the way, I've been leading you to break the array, especially into the 4th area. I've also spent a lot of trump cards and treasures. Now, you'll pawn the treasures in your hands to me. I'll break the array. Otherwise, don't even think about it." "You." Feng Yinxue's face was red with anger. The Fire Dragon King nodded. "No problem. Isn't it just some treasures? I'll give them to you." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. After Huimuzhen received it, he probed it with his soul and smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. What about you?" He looked at Feng Yinxue. Feng Yinxue's face was red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. However, she still stretched out her hand and threw out a storage ring. Huimuzhen also probed it, and then put it away with satisfaction. "Good. Both of you lend me a hand. We'll break the array together and seize the heavenly fire." "All right, no problem." The 2 of them nodded. Buzz! Huimuzhen's eyes shone with a piercing light. His robe fluttered, and the phantom of the fire Qilin appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Chapter 2964. With a wave of his hand, he began to crack the array. Array discs appeared one by one and were displayed by him. In front of him, the flaming lake flickered with mysterious runes and covered the surroundings. It was obvious that this was a very terrifying array. If anyone attacked rashly, they would probably be burned to ashes immediately. Buzz! Buzz! Huimuzhen's eyes focused as he held a flaming array disc in his hand. There were 49 small fiery red flags on it. Under his control, the flags expanded in the wind and turned into 49 large flags that covered the sky and were inserted into the ground. Each flag was incomparably red and covered with runes. A ferocious Qilin was drawn on the flag. Huimuzhen controlled the array disc with both hands, and the 49 Qilin flaming flags kept changing positions with raging flames burning on them. A terrifying force burst out, enough to destroy the heavens and earth. In front of them, the ancient array trembled slightly but did not break. One could imagine how terrifying this array was. "What are you two waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Hua Mujin shouted coldly at the Fire Dragon King and Feng Xingyue. The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. He sighed and attacked. Feng Xingyue also attacked. To be honest, the two of them did not want to attack because it was a waste of energy to break the array. Once the array was broken, it would definitely be a chaotic battle. Without energy, it would be difficult to win the battle. Therefore, the Fire Dragon King shouted coldly, "Zhan Wushuang, are you still not going to attack?" Feng Yinxue also shouted coldly, "And those hidden in the dark, I know you are all here." However, it was impossible to reap without sowing. It seemed that Feng Yinxue wanted to drag all the hidden experts into the water. Figures appeared one after another, and some of them had gloomy faces. Damn it, this woman was so smart that she did not let anyone go. 3 more figures appeared in the surroundings. In addition to Zhan Wushuang, there was South Emperor Yan Nantian, and the last one was a pale and coquettish man. "Hua Xinyan from the Demon King Palace?" Yan Nantian looked at him and said with a frown, "I didn't expect the famous South Emperor to recognize an insignificant person like me." "How surprising!" The coquettish man chuckled. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others frowned. Demon King Palace from the Demon Clan? The Demon Clan was one of the 10,000 ancient races. However, he was different from them. The demon race had always existed and hadn't gone into hibernation. Therefore, although they were also part of the 10,000 ancient races, their relationship wasn't that close. On the contrary, the relationship between the demon race and the human race was inextricably intertwined. Lin Xian stood at the side and watched. With his heavenly fortune divine eyes, he naturally knew that someone was hiding in the dark. However, to his surprise, it was actually Yan Nantian and the people from the Fiend Imperial Palace. What was the relationship between Hua Xinyan and Hua Tindu? Thinking about it, he should be an extremely powerful genius of the Demon Monarch Palace. This time did Yan Ryu come? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It had been a long time since he last saw the other party. He wondered how the other party was doing. "All right, since they're all here, let's attack together," Hua Mujin said in a deep voice. The others nodded. As long as the formation was not broken, they would not have a chance to seize the heavenly flame even if they wanted to. Several top geniuses joined forces to break the formation. The other ancient creatures were extremely nervous. Lin Xian also retreated far away. He didn't make a move. At this moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he quickly analyzed the formation. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon and the others quietly came to his side. "Kid, this formation is not simple. I estimate that their chances of success are less than half. Is it that difficult?" Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. One had to know that this lineup was already very powerful. Moreover, looking at the other party's attainments and formations, they should be quite good. In particular, the 49 Qilin flags were a sharp weapon to break the formation. But now, they didn't even have a 50% chance of success. If the two of us work together with them, I estimate that the success rate will be about 70%. The Crimson Dragon secretly transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded slightly after hearing that. The Crimson Dragon's attainments and formations were very strong, and his was not weak either. If the two of them worked together, the success rate would be greatly increased. However, Lin Xian would not act rashly. Especially the Crimson Dragon, he could not come out. Otherwise, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu would be in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian waited silently. Boom! Countless runes flickered in front of them, and terrifying energy surged. Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the Qilin flags. It was very ferocious. Everyone's expression changed when they saw that scene. With a boom, the Qilin flag broke in half. "Oh no!" Many people screamed. Hua Mujin's pupils constricted. He had been prepared for this. He shouted coldly, and a young man walked out from among the prodigies of the Fire Chilin cave. He instantly took out a flag to replace the broken one. Continue to break the formation. Huimujin's expression was cold. He had more than one formation, so it did not matter if a flag was broken. Fortunately, he had taken the storage rings of the Fire Dragon King and Feng Inshue. Otherwise, the loss caused by the destruction of a single banner would make him feel the pinch. However, good things did not last long. Not long after, 3 more terrifying sounds were heard. 3 Fire Chilin flags were broken in half. Furthermore, there were 4 other flags that had cracks on them. There was a loud boom. A violent energy burst out, and all the Chilin flags were sent flying. In front of them, the flaming lake emitted a boundless flame power, forcing everyone to retreat. Not good. The prodigies' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. The void where they were standing was shattered and burned into nothingness. Damn it, how could this be? Zhan Wushuang frowned. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Inshue, and the others looked solemn. Huimujin's small face was even more ferocious. His eyes were burning, and his aura was abnormally terrifying. Damn it, he had failed. He had failed. This time, too many Chilin flags were broken. So much so that he could not repair them. However, that was impossible. The formation plate was a precious treasure of the Fire Chilin cave. Previously, it had been successful in breaking the formation. But now, not only was he unable to succeed, but he had also lost a lot. He could not believe it. Damn it, the power of this formation was still above his imagination. Could it be that they were going to return in failure this time? However, if they could not even get the heavenly fire, they could forget about the void divine furnace. In the end, they could only return with the Chilin Eye. In this way, the Chilin Crown Prince would definitely not be satisfied. In the distance, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, just as the Crimson Dragon had guessed, they had failed this time. However, would the Fire Chilin cave really give up? Did they have any trump cards? He did not know. Therefore, he was prepared to wait and see.